The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match down.
5-star performance.
Pull for big fish.
It's
Jack Drayton!
He's going to have a look at double four. And he's going to get the double four, and he's going to take out the 113. That's not the worst guy for the treble. Fires it double top. Fires it brilliantly because there was a wall of flights in the way.
So he's probably going to hit it. Of course he's going to hit it. Touche, Devon.
So he put the wheels in motion. Oh, no mistake whatsoever.
Watch out.
Aim shot on the fifth leg.
Just give him the name Vazina.
Tim Camp to mop up. Another 25, leads double top. And that's a 12 darter to respond. And what a contest this is brewing up to being.
It's trophy time at the Modus Super Series. Yeah, it is finals night in week 11 of Series 14, the penultimate week of qualifying for Champions Week. An early start, thanks for remembering, thanks for joining us. And last time we started a couple of hours early, the results were electrifying. Yeah, absolutely. It's time for the big kickoff, of course, here at the South Coast. The Super Series once again reaches its weekly conclusion. And as I said, Champions Week is just around the corner. Another name will be in the field alongside me tonight to see who that is Paul Nicholson. And we're getting closer to adding another name to that trophy.
Yeah, only 9 days to Champions Week. Permission to get excited because the middle series of the year is where people really should be kicking in. We saw it with Jeff Smith 12 months ago, and when he played in the final against Jimmy Van Schie, it was such an incredible climax. But now that we are at the end of week 11, very close to week 12, someone tonight has their chance to get that golden week off to make sure they've got that nice mix of freshness and practice.
Yeah, you have got to be in it to win it, and these 6 are in it tonight. Lewis Pride is into his first finals night following an emphatic Group A campaign. Will it be Grizzly who bears the medal this evening? He hit a 9 darter the last time he made it to a Saturday and hopes to repeat the feat tonight. Lee Evans seeks weekly title number 1. The only former champion in the field, Scott Taylor, has looked unstoppable at times this week. He'll hope to be back to his brilliant best tonight. Ron Muhlenkamp made his return this week after 2 years away from the Live Lounge. A 2-time runner-up, can he go one better? James Marcroft impressed on debut, topping a challenging Group C campaign with some magical moments. He hopes the dream debut continues. And the African Warrior is back into finals night for the first time since Series 10. The former global champion seeks his second weekly title. As always, they've come through a grueling week of qualifying, all starting with a 3-day group on Monday to Wednesday, which was won by Lewis Pride. And last time he was here, Paul, he was knocking on the door of qualification. This time, he got the job done.
Yeah, we all think it was a little bit unfortunate not to make Saturday in Series 13. He lost all of his games on Thursday. He won all of his games on Friday, but ultimately he didn't make the final day of the week. But this time he did it with 2 days to spare. And when you can win a Group A by more than 1 win, it definitely shows that you are the best player in that group. Consistency is something we've spoken about all week. A lot of people in Group A were very inconsistent. So when you look at Lewis getting 12 wins out of 15, that is a very good level of consistency. Now, the explosiveness tonight will need to be found.
Are you expecting him at least to keep that consistency base this evening?
Yeah, I do, because he's been playing a lot of darts recently. At this level, he's starting to punch at the right weight. He's quite an intimidating looking guy, even though he's quite mild-mannered. And he might just be the next cab off the rank from Yorkshire, because it seems every year or two we get a new superstar at this level from your county. So maybe he's the next one.
Yeah, certainly. God's County. In terms of Group C, then, that was played on the afternoons, Thursday and Friday. Now, this was a really interesting group, actually. Just 2 points separating 5 players. But however you get there, you have to give credit to anybody who's made it through on debut, and James Marcroft has done that.
Yeah, James is a bit of a story. I was speaking to some people I know in the northwest of England, and obviously James is from that sort of neck of the woods. And it's incredible to think that he used to be right-handed, and now he's left-handed, and he's doing things like that. He saved his best dart for Group C for the bullseye right at the end so he can qualify, and it was a wonderful shot. Conditions weren't easy on Thursday and Friday afternoon, but he was able to keep his cool, so to speak, and he was able to win the group just.
Devon Peterson joins him. He's someone who's rebuilding his career, rebuilding his throw. It was difficult in Group A. He managed to get through in the end.
Yeah, I've been saying a lot of things about Devon this week. None of it is meant to be negative. It's factual. His win percentage coming into tonight is one of the lowest I've seen coming into a Saturday. It's 32%. He's had one good day of darts. That was on Thursday. He reverted to type on Friday, which was a bit of a shame to see, because I really did think that he would amass maybe 16, 14 points. He just about got 12. And for me, he's probably the one person who needs to improve the most tonight.
Yeah, like Lewis Pride and James Marcroft, not a really comfortable qualification. In terms of Group B, we didn't see much easing through either, except in the case of Lee Evans, who topped it really well, didn't he? 14 points for him, most of the damage done on night one.
Yeah, 4 wins out of 4 on Thursday, and he looked fairly comfortable. And you looked at his numbers, it was very, very level. And that kind of consistency between 85 and 90 all night long, that was too much for people to handle. And he did have a good point, actually, when he was speaking to us in the early hours of Friday. He said that people maybe didn't play their best darts against him, but he was playing consistently well against everybody. So seeing him win 7 out of 8 games, not a surprise to anybody, really.
I know, absolutely. Last time I was here on a Saturday, Edward hit a 9-dart finish, so it shows that he can bring that explosiveness to the stage.
Yes, he does have it. Maybe he'll talk his game down. He's been doing it the last couple of days. But maybe his base level of play is better than most of the players who are coming tonight. And he's got a lot of experience. He's played at Alexandra Palace. He's been to a Champions Week before. And maybe tonight's going to be his night.
Only one player in this field that has lifted this trophy before, and that is Scott Taylor. His name is on it there. He seems to have the knack on Saturday nights. So you just mentioned the base level. His is probably lower than anybody else's, but his ceiling's higher than anybody else's, isn't it?
That's exactly what it is. His range between best performance and worst performance is way too big. So what he's got to do tonight is he's got to find that inner fire. You and I both know, Murph, that when Scott plays his best darts, he's borderline angry. He's got to have that furnace burning tonight. And if he's got that desire, he might just find that upper level more often than not, which could be good enough to make the semis or the final.
Maybe that's why it comes on a Saturday quite often for Scott Taylor. Another player that can kind of get that fire burning is Ron Meulenkamp, and he kind of sneaked through despite being the favourite before a dart was thrown this week.
Wasn't an easy situation for the bottom 3 on Thursday night. When they went to bed, they were thinking, hang on, you've got the top 2 vastly in front of us. It looks like it's going to be a dogfight to get the last spot. It just so happened to be the case because Richie Burnett kept coming up against a wall. He was constantly wiring doubles. Carl Wilson was playing some good stuff but wasn't getting the results. And Meulenkamp was the one person who was able to get that vital win to get onto 6 points. And curiously, he's the only person in this series who was qualified for Saturday night in Group B with only 6 points.
Speaking of 6, he did one of your favourite things this week, didn't he?
He did. We call it the darting albatross because when you're sitting on 350, you all think, well, if I can get a max here, I can leave 170, I can get something that is very rare. In this building, the first person to hit it was Jim McEwen. He was followed by Jake McMillan, and we have seen it from David Davies as well. He actually hit it to win a match, which was quite special. But that's something that Ron can check off his list.
Yeah, rarer than a 9 dart leg, the 350 and 6. Right, in terms of this evening, then, these are how the groups are split. And if you look at them, Paul, it does look like most people would be picking the same couple of players to get through quite comfortably.
Yeah, I've spoken to a few people over the last few hours, and they all believe that Lewis Pride is going to come through Group 1 and Lee Evans is going to come through Group 2. As to whether they're going to win the group, that's definitely up for interpretation. The two people that on paper look like they're going to struggle tonight are Devin Peterson and James Marcroft. But maybe the difference tonight could be that the conditions will be more favourable than playing in the middle of the afternoon. So they're going to have to make the most of that.
Right, Paul says Pride and Evans favourites, Peterson and Marcroft outsiders, and Muhlenkamp and Taylor in the middle. Did you put these odds together yourself?
I didn't, but if I had, this is what it would have looked like. I think that Evans should be the favourite because he's the kind of person who can pipe up and average 87 to 92 for the night and cause lots of headaches for the people that he plays. But the one person that gets my attention every time he plays on Saturday is Scott Taylor. If he finds his upper level, he can cause problems for anybody.
A slight difference for them to deal with tonight, like most retail outlets in the UK. We've got no fans. The floor will be empty. Now, the players' guests, friends, family, they are here watching on the balcony up there. There they are, ready to watch the action this evening. But it will feel a little bit different there, particularly for players who've done it before on a Saturday night. How do they contend with that?
I like the fact it's going to be a little bit different, but if the players believe they've got to behave differently, let's take Scott Taylor, for example. He's not someone who celebrates vocally, but maybe Devin Peterson could. There's no difference. It's still Saturday. The medal is on the table, staring at you. If you want it, go and get it.
Absolutely right. The action is about to get underway. The opening match is a meeting between Lewis Pride and Devin Peterson, and I caught up with both earlier on. Devin, you've made it to finals night. After how Group A went, how pleased are you to be here?
I think you come to the Modus and you actually don't know what you're going to get because you kind of bunched up in Group A. One player gets through and then you got the second part of the tournament. It's fantastic when you get into Group C, and that Thursday was a fantastic day for me. 4 out of 5, and that obviously set up this. And you just feel as though it's continuous building, and like every house, you have to build brick by brick.
I know that in your mind it would have never been in doubt, but what was the thought process for the last couple of days?
Mostly for Monday when it didn't go my way, I just thought, let's get ready for Thursday. Luckily for me, there was a few things that went right. A lot of it went wrong, but the positives I took into Thursday was fantastic, and I could switch on immediately. Friday was slightly different because you're not actually playing just to play. You're actually playing to get through, and I could feel there was a different kind of pressure. And yeah, even though you come here so often and you get through to the finals, you kind of know what needs to be done, but it still has to be done. So yeah, I'm over the moon, and the players in there is top quality, but yeah, I'm still feeling like I could win it tonight.
And you do seem to be the man for the big occasion here. ADC Global Championship, when you made it through to a finals night, last time you won it. Have you got that sense again tonight?
Yeah, I was speaking this morning to my dad as well, and just saying, like, every time you play, every single day, it's a new day. Whether you're building or as long as you don't carry the negatives over into the new day and you only take the positives, you're only building. So yeah, I think if I take it away, I mean, coming here on Monday, did I know I was going to be in Saturday? Yes. Did I think I was going to win? Yes. So I'm still here and I can still win. So yeah, everything points to positive yes.
In that case, look forward to speaking to you at the end of the night.
Oh, fantastic. Can't wait for it. Thanks, Chris.
Lewis, here at finals night, fantastic Group A campaign. Just give us your reflections on that, first of all.
Yeah, it was a grueling group, really, but it's nice to get through it. Yeah, definitely.
Coming into these weeks, you look at the potential opposition. What kind of feeling did you have Wednesday night when you sat reflecting on it?
Yeah, I think it's, everyone in that room will be thinking the same thing. It's a big opportunity, is this? There's no massively standout players, I don't think. I think we're all quite level. It's just whoever turns up tonight.
And the curse of Group A seems to be a thing of the past now. We've seen plenty of Group A players go on and win the week. Do you feel that actually in a week like this, where it has been quite energy consuming because of the heat, that actually having those 2 days off could be a good advantage?
Maybe. I don't really know. I'm not a massive watcher of it, to be honest with you, which has probably caught me out in the past. But yeah, maybe. I don't know. I've enjoyed my 2 days off anyway, so yeah, it's been good for me, I think.
Well, make sure you download the Pluto TV app before you come back next time. Look, in terms of tonight, what is the plan of attack?
Just try and win one game at a time. It's as simple as that. Just win. I can't say any more than that.
And what would it mean to you to do that, to go on and lift the trophy at the end of the evening?
Yeah, massive. Yeah, of course it is. It gives amateur players like myself, a big exposure that stuff like this before this came out. It's given players like myself a lot of recognition.
Well, thanks for talking to us. Good luck. Go and enjoy it.
Thank you. Cheers.
And he finds it.
And it is. I don't know if that was peacockery or whether that was just ignorance. But that's brilliant. The shot's on. Do not look. Pass the bucket. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, all about pride tonight, isn't it, here in England? But Devon Peterson will be hoping to dent the pride of Lewis Pride in this opening encounter this evening. The Group A winner, Lewis Pride, has already conquered both players in his group, including Devon Peterson's opponent in this one, the 29-year-old from Harrogate in Yorkshire, making his second appearance at the Live Lounge, but his first on a finals night. A fantastic Group A campaign, winning 12 of his 15 matches. And when you compare that with his opponent, Devon Peterson, well, it's quite a remarkable gulf between the pair of them, because Devon Peterson only won 2 of his 15 matches in Group A. There was 20 points between them at the end of 3 days' play, but he turned it around, went on to get through in Group C. 6 out of 10 victories for Devon on that occasion. And as you can see, he has already tasted glory on the Super Series stage before. Not just in this, in fact, but of course the first ever ADC Global Champion. So time to get the action underway. The referee overseeing proceedings tonight is Andrew Culling, that man there. He'll be making sure that order is kept between the two players on the stage, and it's Grizzly against the African Warrior in the company of me, Chris Murphy, and the asset, Paul Nicholson.
I'm fascinated by this tonight. In week 11 of the previous series, it was the turn of Simon Stevenson, and how good was he that Saturday night? But it is a slightly different feel tonight. Grizzly comes back for his first evening session of the week. And he is highly fancied to get through Group 1 alongside Scott Taylor. So we've stacked the deck against Devon Peterson. Usually when we do that, he has something to say about it.
Yep, the man who won Group A against the man who finished bottom of it. But they're both still here. That's the main thing. They start on 0-0 this evening. 3 meetings this week, 3 wins for Lewis Pride, 4-3, 4-2 and 4-0. Interesting pattern that the margin has widened every single time.
Yeah, the one thing that really sticks out for me, Murph, is I've looked at every possible head-to-head that Devon could have tonight. That's in his group, and if he makes it through the group.
97.
The people that he's played this week, who are here tonight, he's lost every game to them. We can't ignore that.
You sometimes think, how does he do it? How is he here?
164.
Well, he has got here before. We've seen him produce some good stuff. 164, though, and 6 starts to get rid of it for Lewis Pride in this opening leg. Peterson with a knowing nod in the background.
44.
And he'll be quite pleased to see that. It maybe just opens the door slightly here for Devon.
Well, he needs a little bit more of what he did on Thursday when he got 10 maximums.
82. Lewis, you require 120.
His level of output was better. Well, this is not a marathon tonight. It is a sprint. And Pride's looking to use the angle of that dart. Almost did so.
60.
Is Pride expecting to play a different Devon Peterson tonight as to the one he played Monday to Wednesday?
Well, whether he believes that Devon is playing better than he was earlier in the week, he should prepare for the best version. Because Peterson has just shown up.
Puts some pressure on Pride, who has 60. That's awkward. Has to shuffle across to the right of the oche and try and bend it like Beckham. Could go in off the crossbar, this one.
20.
But it's over the top, and Peterson from nowhere could break in leg one.
That was a very, very, very big chance to get off to a winning start, and he's already vocal.
Well, he knows what an opportunity is, doesn't he? He knows when to strike. That could have really changed the direction of this match, the direction of the night. And now he has to wait before the final dart is thrown, and he does get the opportunity again.
Yeah, I don't think Peterson's going to be shy coming forward tonight. The furrow of the brow, he's going to go for everything he's got.
Well, that is awkward lie, isn't it?
No score.
And he never really made an adjustment there. He stayed where he was and tried to force it through rather than make an angle.
Eventually, Lewis does win that first leg.
Second leg, Devon to
Devon's win percentage this week. 8 wins from 25 for 32%. I cannot remember in all of the time that we've been playing on Saturday nights a win percentage that low coming
45.
into Saturday. But he made a really good point in his interview. It is a different day. Merely getting to Saturday is the job. He's done it. But he must lift his levels in this group because he's got a series champion and a 5-time weekly winner in Scott Taylor in his other game. If he loses this, he's going to have to beat him.
97.
You mentioned he wouldn't be shy in coming forward. He did when he missed the first 2 of the 5 darts he missed a break. Let out an almighty bellowing roar, didn't he, Devon Peterson?
140.
Is that a bit of, I'm going to take charge of the stage here?
Yeah, I think it might be.
125.
It's, I'm here. Don't forget about me. I've won here. You haven't.
Because despite the stats, you have to say of all the players here tonight, he's the one with the biggest reputation. In wider darting terms.
That's very true. He's got a PDC title.
85.
He's played at PDC World Cups. He's played at the World Championship and made the last 16. So add the ADC Global Championship to that. So yes, that is true.
140.
But we grade
Lewis
players on what they are doing, not what they have done.
$51.
Well, what's he about to do?
Devon, you
With
require
94 options on it. Gone the old-fashioned way, which requires a bullseye finish.
58.
Oh, that one veered a little bit to the left.
Lewis, you require 100.
Could be leaving tops again. This combination may require 1 tops or 2. Now it's 16s. Smart.
84.
Not quite savvy towards the end.
Devon, you require 36.
Double 18 for parity between Peterson and Pride.
Game
Double
shot on the
9.
second leg.
Squares it
Devon
up.
Peterson.
A match in which you just sense they're feeling
Third
each
leg
other
Lewis
out as
to
if they
go
haven't
first.
met
Game
before.
on.
I actually felt I'm going to ask you the question: did Devon Peterson actually get worse against Lewis Pride, or did Pride work him out?
125.
Because I felt there was a pattern, and in Group A he was on the decline, but then on Thursday he found something.
He spoke to us on Thursday morning
41.
and he said that he knew he wasn't going to win the group on Wednesday. He used Wednesday as a way of figuring out how to move forward. It worked. Thursday, double digits in 180s, better output, more wins.
100.
It's been a bit of a week of players rebuilding, hasn't it? John O'Shea came here with a new throw. Kevin Painter, we know he's been through trials and tribulations of late. Neither have made it through to finals. And that, of course, we're just a couple of points away from doing it.
41.
What were the signs you saw from those that give them some encouragement?
I think with Kevin Painter especially, we've talked about him having troubles with dartitis. That's always going to be tough. I like the fact that he's practicing a bit more with Matthew Edgar. He's definitely moving forward. There were some really good signs. I thought Richie Burnett played pretty well.
100.
He was in a very difficult group, probably the most difficult group of the week. But I think John O'Shea needs a bit of time. Grip change, different centre of gravity now with a bit of weight loss.
128.
That takes time. So give him a year.
Pride seems to be finding a nice bit of range on the treble 20, but just when he looks out of legs, Devon Peterson starts to find that range as well. On this occasion, would have needed a lot.
Chooses 32.
32.
He's missing a lot of darts at double here. That is 1 from 9. It's the same for both of them. But if you keep missing doubles,
100.
you are offering Peterson the
16.
chance to pick your pocket.
Yeah, no more missing. No more messing.
Game shot on the third leg.
Does
Lewis Pride.
rather cling on to his throw, but it has
Fourth
been a
leg, Devon
game
to
of clinging
throw
on
first.
so far.
Game on.
He's almost like a British Andreas Harrison, isn't he? Because he looks very intimidating. He looks like he's
100.
rocked up to the Modus Super Series on a very big chopper bike. He's just come back from a Pantera gig as the bass guitarist, but he's about as mild-mannered as a Labradoodle.
I'll put it this way, if you went down
40.
to a public house after tonight's action to watch the football, you wouldn't know which team he was supporting.
Yeah, he does have a bit of a Scandinavian look, doesn't he?
60.
Yeah, the white rose on the back of his collar, representing the county of Yorkshire.
Massive conveyor belt of players, isn't it? For the last 50, 60 years. He's just the next one.
100.
Maybe what he could do at this level in the next 18 months could even eclipse what Tom Sykes has done. Tom made 3 finals in
26.
series. Maybe Pride from Yorkshire could go that one step further.
Yeah, such a clear pathway that the likes of Sykes have
96.
laid down as ADC qualifiers who qualified here, impressed here, started getting invitations here, reaching finals regularly, reaching Champions Weeks regularly, and Champions Nights. And now playing
43.
their trade on the professional tour.
I'm glad you mentioned Champions Night because 3 of the players playing tonight have actually played in a Champions Night. 4 have played in Champions Week.
41.
So from that regard, this is a very strong field. Curiously, Devon is the player that has played
66.
in Champions Week before but did not make Champions Night.
One back in Series 10, Devon Peterson.
54.
This is the opening match of the night. Group 1, match 1. Following it, Lee Evans will take on Ron Muhlenkamp in the first match of Group 2.
46. Lewis, you require 170.
We've had one of these courtesy of Ron Muhlenkamp. We're not going to get another one. Well, this is the kind of game that we were
40.
almost scared that
Devon, you
would
require
come out for Devon
160.
tonight. This low 70s average stuff. This is what we had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Can't quite nestle another one in to get a shot at tops.
125. Lewis, you require 130.
I don't mind that play.
Opportunity, though, for Pride to open up some daylight here. Treble 20 required to get a shot at the ball, and he doesn't get a shot at it.
90.
Well, he does, but not to win
Devon,
the
you
leg.
require 35.
Double 16, his preferred target.
Game
And
shot
there was
on the
nothing
fourth
wrong
leg.
with that. He's clinging
Devon
on here. And the closer this game is,
Fifth
the
leg,
more
Lewis
room
to
for
throw
error
first.
he's got.
Game on.
If indeed he needs to win the second game. You never know, he might win the next 2 legs. And if he does win 4-2,
60.
he wouldn't need to win the second game to make the semi-finals again. He'd just need 3 legs.
it's against all odds this from Devon Peterson, even to be in this position. He's been put in a group tonight where
83.
the two players he will meet have both beaten him 3 times out of 3 this week.
And if by some strange twist of fate he does have to play James Marcroft again tonight, James beat him twice. And what's more, Marcroft beat him when Devon was undefeated in Group C.
100.
There is South African representation at the Live Lounge next week as well. Mitch Amini will be making his debut in week 12.
100.
Here tonight to acclimatise to the place and support Devon. We may hear from him later on as well.
I don't know who's commentating next week, but if they don't come up with this line next week, then they need to be fired. I shall name him Mini Mitch. He keeps stepping to the right and left to try and create that angle down the barrel.
60.
I think Lewis Pride's been watching Simon Whitlock because that's the kind of thing he does.
There is an opportunity just opening up here for Devon Peterson in leg 5.
95. Lewis, you require 154.
Could have left it slightly better, but he'll get a chance where only 1 treble's required.
He's been struggling for 2 treble scores in this match, as Lewis. He's only got a couple.
Devon, you require 123.
Predominantly when he has been hitting trebles, it's only been 1 in the visit. There's a treble.
75.
You can't find the bull. There was a big problem with that in Group C. Their bullseye shooting was really poor until the very end.
Well, the stats say that Peterson will be back because they're doubling. Both their doubling in this game has been poor. That is a 10th miss at the outer ring, but that's the crucial one. It's not always how many you miss, it's when you miss. And he didn't miss on that occasion, and Pride keeps his nose in front.
This will be a very familiar
55.
thing to Devon because he's played a lot of people from Yorkshire in his career because he's lived in Yorkshire. One of his best buddies over the years was Joe Cullen.
Yeah, Bradford boy, adopted.
100.
Devon Peterson. Just trying to keep himself focused. He knows the game's not up, and he even knows that losing the game
58.
will not mean the game's up at this stage. So keep it as tight as possible.
Yeah, Jack Aldridge last week lost his first game. He ended up getting the medal at the end of the night. Lost to Lee Evans,
59.
the one from Wales. And then he made his way through by playing really well in his second match in group number 1. Lewis Pride would love to do the same thing as Jack Aldridge last week because he won Group A just like Jack did in week 10. 3 times in this series, someone has won Group A and won the week. And we know that Derek Coulson did that because he didn't lose a match. It also happened to Henry Coates and to Aldridge last week.
$60.
Well, now there's a chance for Pride to start to think about getting it done in this leg. Only 9 points behind Peterson before these. And a couple of trebles will really turn the screw.
Yeah, that's the best scoring visit he's had in this match. Not just because it's a 140, but because of the timing of leaving the finish.
102.
This is where he could end this and give himself a bit of margin for error against Scott Taylor in Game 5.
And the mistake from Peterson means he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to think about a bullseye finish
38.
on that occasion after the loose first start. He'll be back for 64. But I tell you what, 6 starts from 102, he would have hoped to have been rather more small place after. If that makes any sense
64.
at all.
1 dart is what he should get. 2 darts is what he wants. 21 off. Doesn't really limit his options. he can still choose his end target.
43 remaining. So goes the 11 to leave the double 16. Takes his time. And it worked a treat.
Lewis Pride.
Lewis Pride picks up victory in the opener against Devon Peterson. It was a bit of a scrap, in all honesty, but it's a scrap that has been won by the man who calls himself Grizzly. It was gritty from the Yorkshireman, and he has picked up the points in the opening match of the evening. There you see the missed doubles really plagued both players in that one, but it's Pride who wins. And coming up next, Lee Evans takes on Ron Muhlenkamp. Welcome back, where before the break, Lewis Pride took his time over hitting the winning double, but the wait was worth it for the Yorkshireman, who won the opening match of the night, the opening match of Group 1 at the expense of Devon Peterson, and the Group A winner is off and running on finals night. The victory by a margin of 2 legs for Pride in the opener, so it's advantage him in Group 1, and attention now turns to Group 2, where Lee Evans takes on the Dutchman Ron Meulenkamp. And earlier on tonight I spoke to both men. Ron made it through to finals night. Congratulations. Just give us your analysis of your Group B campaign over the last couple of nights.
It was hard work, wasn't it? Yeah, I didn't have the best preparation to come here. Cancellation of the hotel when I sold something out, which big shout out to George Noble who helped me, and then after Frankie as well. And then finally I settled a bit, but it took me a day. And then the last game, I knew I needed a few legs. I did, and it was a big relief for me. So I think the pressure's off now, and then see what happens.
You said the pressure's off. Before the week started, you were the favourite to win the week. When you look around, do you get the sense, do you feel like the favourite in that practice room?
No, not really, because obviously they had 3 days ahead of me, and they could feel the heat. The flies are up there as well. So I came there fresh and had to experience it. But I think I adopted, especially the last day is good. So we have to go forward from there.
You mentioned the conditions. They have been difficult this week. The heat is something we're not used to here in this country. How have you been coping with it, and what's the plan tonight to kind of factor that in?
Well, the thing was, obviously, the first day was a surprise for me, and then the second day, I think I handled it really well. So and now I know. So I hope it can be dangerous today.
Well, good luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Lee, welcome back to a finals night. I think it's fair to say you did a lot of the damage on Thursday this week, didn't you?
Yeah, that was definitely my best day. Like, it was still a bit of a struggle sometimes, but it was comfortable. But I just got over the line against some people who just didn't play their best game against me.
Did you kind of feel the job was done before last night?
A little bit. I just knew it was just one win, wasn't it? But it was like, it's nice to get it done reasonably early. I know I lost my first one, but luckily I come back and beat Richie 4-3, and it just made it nice and comfortable for the rest of the night then.
You've played some good stuff here this year. Last finals night, particularly hitting that 9-dart leg. Just give us your memories of that.
I just remember it being the easiest 9-dart I've ever hit, to be honest. It was the most comfortable I've ever felt. But then after that, I didn't play that well. But it wasn't even like the nerves after or anything. It was just one of them days where I should have probably won my semi-final, and I should have at least give Nathan Potter a game in that final, really.
Does that, or has that left you with a little bit of unfinished business that you can finish tonight, I suppose?
Not really. I forgot about it the morning I woke up after, really. It was just, I'll come back, I'll try again. I'm not playing as well as what I did last time either, really. Last time I was putting a few hundred averages. I think this week I've not even hit a ton plus out. I've had a couple of 180s. So it's not been great this week, but before I turned up, I didn't think I was going to do even this well, because I've been playing terrible lately, but I'll take what I've got so far.
If it all clicks tonight and you do end up in the winner's circle, what would that mean to you?
Oh, it'd be brilliant. Obviously I always want to win, but it's been a long time coming since I've won a week at Modus, since we was at Southampton, so I need to give it a good go tonight.
Maybe tonight's the night. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Here we go. Perfect. Another treble 20. Double 12 for the first 9-darter. And he gets it! Absolutely fantastic from Lee Evans.
So single 18, dart at tops. Another ton plus topper goes again.
Must be 16. So it'd be the bullseye for a 1-2-3. And he does so.
Second leg, Lee Evans.
Does that continue? Tops. It does continue. Evans is hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, Lee Evans back at the Live Lounge, where he produced a perfect leg last time he played at a finals night up against the Dutchman Ron Meulenkamp, who rather fell through to finals night with a losing record in the same group as Lee. Evans, who has made it through to a semi-final on this stage, but has had success in this format previously. Before we became the Modus Super Series in Southampton, very, very much a regular winner. The 37-year-old who's had a PDC Tour card and has shown probably the most consistent level of the 6 players in action this week. And he takes on Ron Meulenkamp. As I said, third in his group, the same group, but a losing record. But third favourite tonight, so somebody thinks they know something. Twice he has been a weekly runner-up, but it's a first appearance in a couple of years for the Dutchman, who once did quite respectably scale the heights of the PDC Professional Tour and is certainly going to be a danger in the field tonight. 37 years of age and looking to cross the line for the first time this evening.
Yeah, Ron Meulenkamp has been to a Champions Week before by virtue of being a finalist on a Saturday night, but he hasn't won a week. He may not say so, but that won't sit right with him. He would like to put that right over the next 3.5 hours. And he's got Lee Evans in his way. They've got a lot in common, these two. Same age. Maybe not the same level of experience, because Ron's been around a lot longer than people realise. We're talking 20 years. Sorry, Ron. But he was one of those young stars coming through when he was a teenager in the Netherlands. And he did progress in different systems. And now he's going through that process of discovery to see where he goes next. We're about to find out.
Both came through Group B.
45.
4-2 Evans won on Thursday, 4-3 on Friday. Evans winning 7 of his 8 matches. Meulenkamp only 3 of his.
Yeah, that really did stick out.
60.
And I had a hunch on Friday before we towed the Oki around about 10 o'clock. And I wondered how many players had actually come through Group
45.
B in this series with only 6 points, because Ron, Richie Burnett and Carl Wilson only had 2 points apiece. At that point, we found out that all of the third place players from Group B in this series had amassed at least 8 points. So he, getting only 6, is in a class of his own.
We have actually seen a player once win his last 3 matches, wasn't it, to get through? Rob Collins? Was it last 2 matches? He got through on 4 points.
Yeah, that was a really tight scenario.
42.
Must be the least amount of points you can get through on. We have also had scenarios where groups have almost seen every single player tied on the same number of points.
36.
That we were once 1 game away from that happening, 1 result away.
One of the reasons why that was never going to happen in Group B this week is because Evans was so good. He was dependable. But not so much at the start of this game.
Well, I know he beat him twice,
45.
but maybe Lee Evans is the reason why Meulenkamp was able to get through on 6 points.
That's a good point. If you're going to get through on 6 points, you're going to have someone at the top who
58.
has either won 7 or 8 of the games.
Next game in this group will be Meulenkamp against Marcroft. No meeting between those two at all, historically. Marcroft, a qualifier
80.
on debut from the ADC system and living that darting dream, making it through to finals night, the first attempt. In this one, got a head scratch from Ron Meulenkamp. But he has... Well, I was going to say he has the advantage. I think that advantage has been rather eliminated.
What a weird leg this has been from Evans. Give us a weird ending, Ron. Double top. It's almost as if the snooze button was pushed.
Ron Meulenkamp.
Barely had a treble hit in the first
Second leg,
6 or 7 visits of the leg. Then all of a sudden, Evans ends the leg with a 180 and Meulenkamp, it's a 135.
$100.
This is a big reputation game because they will understand that they are the favourites to come through Group 2.
140.
Based on experience, based on level of performance this week, these two guys are expected to topple Marcroft.
Well, that really was
60.
Out of a clear blue sky, that exchange in the opening leg, because Evans hit the first maximum of the game. And then Meulenkamp actually hit his first 2 treble visit. It also included a bullseye to complete a 135 finish. Although I must be fair to him and say he was only on 135 because the previous start had bounced out of the treble 20.
I bet he's glad it was on the floor now.
180.
Well, this game's starting to climb the mountain of standard.
Well, he did 350 in
58.
6 starts
Ron, you require 161.
earlier on this week. This would be 341.
This is actually harder than 350.
And he may do it. Oh, he's not going to even bother going for it, is he?
121.
Too experienced for that nonsense.
Yeah, I don't know if the chant boring, boring Muhlenkamp will ever catch on, but I'm going to start it.
It was the right thing to do, but sometimes the right thing is not the most
100.
exciting.
Ron, you require 40.
Tops for 2-0. Ron's in the mood. He's on double 10.
30.
Not anymore.
Well, the
Lee,
way
you
this
require
match has gone so far, I know
158.
we're only 2 legs into it, but you wouldn't be surprised to see this get taken out. Won't do it. So Muhlenkamp will return. Choice to be made here. Does he go straight for the double 5 under
134.
pressure?
Ron, you
Or
require
does he
10.
split? There's your
Game's
answer.
on the second leg.
Every time that
Ron
Muhlenkamp has been put under pressure, he has responded. It doesn't
Third
matter
leg
whether
lead
it's a
to
Tumplus
Flo
check out or
first.
just
Game
10
on.
with 3 darts in hand. He's up to both. Now, Lee said that he hasn't even played that well this week, but he's still top of the averages.
Yeah, he's been the best player in terms of a consistently high level. Only 1
81.
loss. Could be about to face his second right at the wrong time here. Muhlenkamp currently losing record so far this week. Good, some way to putting that right. And do you think he was, I mean, it might seem easy to say it now he's in this position in this match, but do you think he was the value, the little bit of danger for the odds compilers at 4-1?
Yeah, I think he probably was. I looked at Taylor, but you just never know what you're going to get from him.
55.
We've seen Ron play some really good darts on a Saturday night before. He hasn't won before, but he has made a final, and he has made the semi-finals of a series. We're talking about a guy who's played at the World Grand Prix. He's played European Tour events and made
174.
semi-finals in that kind of arena.
$100.
Well, he certainly
require
produced
147.
some incredible stuff tonight, and he might be about to produce some more against a man who hit a 9-darter on a finals night last time out. Found himself snookered in the end.
Yeah, and the guy he hit that 9-darter against won last Saturday. Small world, isn't it?
87.
Yeah. Well, that would have been a remarkable moment, but the level he's playing at is... Well, it's unexpected based on what we've seen in Group B.
You've commentated on a 9-darter. There was a 147
Ron,
break,
you
haven't you?
require
Yes,
60.
yeah.
By a Dutchman?
He'll take the 60, though. He's not one for the...
Game shown the
Bizarrely,
third
for a
leg.
man nicknamed the
Ron Muhlenkamp.
Bomb, he's not one for the explosions, is he? He's happy to
Full flag
get the
Ron
business
to
done,
throw
get the
first.
job done in an
Game on.
understated way.
I tell you what, right now at 3-0 down, Lee Evans is thinking, do you know what? If I'm going to lose this game, I want this guy to play really well for the next hour. Because if he does, if he beats me, I want him to smash Marcroft,
125.
and then I'll take care of James.
20 points between them in the averages, and there might be a little bit of insight if you just think back to the interview he gave pre-match, and he said, look, day 1, I didn't know what to expect.
100.
Day 2, I was used to it. Day 3, for Ron Muhlenkamp, and he is flying. And maybe that little difference of this Saturday night, no people on the floor
57.
actually plays into his favour, because he's spent a couple of days getting used to this very setup.
That's very true. That's about as frustrated as we've seen Lee all week. This is the least amount of
30.
output we've seen from Lee this week.
A smart way to look at things as well. He said, look, I didn't know what to expect with the heat. Been the odd situation where there's been flies
91.
bothering players, and he said, well, I know what to expect now. We just saw Lee in the background sort of trying to wave things away, and I guess
85.
things can affect you a little bit more when you're 3-0 down than when you're 3-0 up.
It's always the case. You don't complain if you're in the lead.
53.
Hasn't left to finish, but likely 6 darts from 175 to get this one. And if you win 4-0 in your first game on a Saturday night, you just need one leg in your next game to be through to the semi-finals. But there's a look in the eye of Run the Bomb. One of, I want to win all 4 games I play tonight.
There is another Dutchman in the building this evening. Mine to Hibma, who made his debut
99.
over the course of the week. What did you make of him?
He was better than I thought he could be. Caused problems for a lot of people. Had a lovely 167 checkout earlier in the week, didn't he?
Yeah, probably played with the most rhythm of anybody this week.
90. Ron, you require 76.
76 then for Ron to run riot.
$36.
Can't quite complete, and this could be crucial. This
Lee, you
might
require
not look
102.
like anything at this point to Lee Evans, but taking out the 102 here could actually be so important for his night.
This is his first start to double in this game.
Game on the 4th leg.
And he even said
Lee
to us on
Evans.
Thursday night his finishing hasn't been very good lately. But like you said,
5th leg
winning
lead
that
to
one
for
leg
first.
could be very crucial.
on.
It could even lead to a fight back here because Scott Taylor versus Richie Burnett on Thursday night. Richie was 3-0 up and he ended up losing 4-3.
Yeah, whether or not it results in a turnaround in this clash, it just gives him an extra out. Every leg you get in
119.
defeat on a finals night gives you an extra opportunity. And by the skin of his teeth, he's stayed in this one.
55.
If you can keep your opponent away from the finishing line, you just never know. There's so many stories in so many formats.
100.
It could be best of 3 legs. It could be best of 13 sets. If you just keep them away from that final double.
The 135 rather set the tone for the match. The 102
45.
has elongated the encounter.
$100.
Evans is starting to get his scoring together. Having said that, so is Ron.
180.
Fourth 180 of the game. That's 3 more than the 6-leg first game contest that we had. This is a much better match than the first one.
Well, he could get another one, I suppose. Would be a foolish thing to do, but
85.
probably would have preferred it to 85.
The way you should look at that is I'm on a 2-darter. It doesn't matter what it is. It's a 2-darter.
140.
I'm still in control of leg number 5.
Muhlenkamp is waiting to pounce. Evans, with some clinical finishing, kept himself in the game. He's going for a double here. He's outside the ring. And it gives Muhlenkamp an opportunity
37.
for what would be a second match start.
81.
How aggressive is he going to be? It is the bull. That one is
33.
way wide and low.
Lee, you require
A little
60.
frustration on the face there. A game that he knows he could have won twice now. Maybe going on a little longer. And every leg that Evans takes away not only increases his own chance,
40.
but reduces Ron's. So he'll
Ron,
be
you require
relieved to see that
48.
one go begging.
Evans can do nothing. I don't think that was for a 16. Doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, that's not usually the Muhlenkamp MO.
40.
But he made it difficult for himself there, obscured his sight, wasn't where he wanted to be.
Lee, you
And
require
he's now
20.
squandered 4 match darts, sorry. Won't get a
Games
chance
on
for
the
a fifth.
leg.
Not in this leg
Lee
anyway.
Evans.
We
Sixth
might be
leg,
talking about
Robinson
this game in
Rofer.
about 2 hours'
Come on.
time, stating that Muhlenkamp should have been over the line by now. It could cost him big.
59.
It's also about establishing a little bit of confidence on doubles. Imagine if he'd lost this game and he hadn't had a shot at a double.
140.
You're seeing the averages there as they are now. 6 points between them. But after 3 legs, that was 20 points. So it shows that Evans is the better player in this part of the game. Because his has been going up and
60.
Muhlenkamp's has been coming down dramatically.
I've seen that so many times this week. Someone gets a really hot start. Taylor's done it.
60.
We've seen it from others where they go ballistic for 2 legs, then all of a sudden they go to sleep. Then it's 2-2, and the averages seem to even out.
60.
Yeah, it's me. It's like me on a Saturday morning park run, Paul. Burst out of the traps, and then by the time I get round at the end, even the timekeeper's gone home.
45.
Yeah, brave doing a park run in weather like this. Even darts is difficult when it's this warm.
43.
He continues to slip. Look at him in the background. The key thing there is he's feeling the pressure, but he doesn't want to show Evans a little bit of it.
Well, you just mentioned even darts is difficult in this heat, and his head, it might as well have a speech bubble above it that says, "Why am I still on this stage? I shouldn't
54.
be here."
It's a curious thing, sport, isn't it? Because ultimately, you don't want to play. The objective is win 4-0. You want to play less. You don't want to play more.
85.
Yeah.
Footballers don't want extra time. Golfers don't want playoff holes. Cricketers don't want extra innings. Dart players don't want extra legs.
Yeah, whatever the sport is, get the job done in the least possible time it takes to do it.
135.
Lee came into this game with the darts by virtue of the fact that he won Group B. We haven't spoken about it because it hasn't been relevant up until now. If he wins this leg, he's going to have the
119.
darts. He's going to be
Lee
favourite to get the
requires
points.
67.
A total tungsten turnaround has to ensure he takes this out. 18. Oh, he's missed a big number.
35.
All of the good work maybe
Ronnie
undone in
requires
one dart
75.
there.
The amount of big numbers missed over the last 2.5 days, I cannot remember it happening as much. Match dart.
35.
He could have won this 3 times over.
And that is match dart number 5.
Lee requires 32.
And Evans has the opportunity to level, and as Paul Nicholson rightly pointed out, to throw
Games
first
on
in the
sixth
decider.
leg. Lee Evans. 7th and final leg, Lee to Rofer.
Well, this game is a giant slice
Come
of
on.
weird.
Yeah, the explosive stuff has come from Ron Muhlenkamp in this match.
91.
3-1-8 is a 1-3-5 checkout. It's been the consistent one treble hitting, really, that's kept Lee Evans hanging around, and he's taking his chances.
I'll tell you who the benefactor could be
60.
off the back of this match. That's James Marcroft, because both of these guys at times have looked a bit lost.
Well, what James Marcroft will be wanting now is this
100.
game to finish in a scrappy final leg. Either Devon Peterson or Scott Taylor to beat the other one 4-0 and get Muhlenkamp straight back on that stage as quickly as possible.
Absolutely right.
100.
When your head's spinning off a loss, you probably need 20 minutes just to figure out, how do I move forward from this? But just imagine what it's like to have a 3-0 lead. You could have won 4-0. You could have won 4-1 or 4-2. You might not get a dart to win 4-3. All these permutations, these instances spinning around your brain, even though you're a 20-year guy like Ron is. He's human. He's a competitor.
60.
And losing sucks.
And he's on tungsten tilt here. Can't seem to get himself back together. And Lee Evans is smelling blood.
100.
Well, is there one final twist? What kind of score does he need here? It's 2 treble to get to a finish. He needs another. He does get one, so we go to the mattresses, as they say in The Godfather.
Is somebody about to produce something rather special to win this match? It's on for Evans. It's still on for Evans. Double 15.
135.
Oh, and that one has flown away and given Muhlenkamp the opportunity to respond.
He's wondering how that was so wide. Now he's got to wonder how he takes out 15 to snag the points.
Well, he's had a warning in this match.
90.
Take great care with the
May
first
require
start
15.
in hitting that big segment.
Yeah, but which one? He's banking on double 6 for what will feel like a bonus victory.
Is that just nudged over the double a little bit? Well, he did find a way above it, but 2 darts rested right on the wire. It's been a fearsome fight back this. It may serve him well, but it could still end in defeat, as Muhlenkamp does get the double top that he hoped to have to win the match earlier on. Did have his first of 5 missed match darts at this. Clips it underneath. He's also missed double 10 as well to win this game. But he does, in the end, cross the line. He made hard work of it, or rather Lee Evans made him work hard for it. But Ron Muhlenkamp picks up the victory in a real battle in the opening game of Group 2. It goes 4-3 to Ron. It could have been 4-0. Back to Group 1 next then. Devon Peterson taking on Scott Taylor. Well, this is what we saw before the break, and it was a long time coming for Ron Muhlenkamp, finally crossing the line with that double 10 for a 4-3 win against Lee Evans, a match that he could have won 4-0, and various other scorelines in between as well. But in the end, live on Pluto TV tonight, he gets it done by a one-leg margin. Lewis Pride won by a two-leg margin against Devon Peterson in Group 1 earlier on. Peterson returns now and needs to win against the former Modus Super Series champion in Scott Taylor, who is looking for a 6th weekly win at Live Lounge tonight. And before he takes to the stage, let's hear from the Series 6 champion. Scott, finals night once again. Just sum up how you think your week's gone this week.
Pretty poor overall, to be honest. Had some good bits, but a lot of bad. But seeing James, I've known James for a long time, and seeing him come and do well has been good.
Does that set up a little bit of extra motivation, someone in the room that you know quite well?
Yeah, not really. The love stops at the door, and we'll go and have a pint and watch the game after. But yeah, I hope he does well, but obviously I hope he don't win.
You've got the knack, obviously, of winning here, and you've done that on weeks when you've said similar things to us at the start of finals, like you've not been playing that well during the week. What is it that just gives you that elevation to cross the line on Saturdays?
It don't matter. It's a new comp again, innit? So we'll just start, and hopefully it'll come out tonight, and we'll win.
It would take you, I think, joint second in terms of Super Series weekly wins. How proud are you of what you've achieved here?
Yeah, the ones at the top ain't got the big one, though, so I think I'm number one.
And it's a chance to get through to Champions Week again. Obviously, only Luke Littler's done it twice. Is that a reasonable target for you?
Yeah, of course. I know if I play well, I can beat anyone, so I'm not too worried. But there's a lot of good players in there, so I know I can get beat by any of them.
But you can beat any of them as well. Good luck.
Cheers, mate.
Game, shot, and the match, and the Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Bullseye for a spectacular finish, and what a way to finish.
They say I wouldn't do it like I won't. They say I couldn't do it and they feel. They say I wouldn't do it and I fall. They say I couldn't do it and I did.
This is ridiculous.
At tops, and there it is. On the ball. Oh.
This needs to go. And it beautifully does.
It's Scott Taylor!
Yeah, he's had his hands on that trophy plenty of times, and the big one, as he reminded all his rivals as well in that interview. Scott Taylor is here for business, as always, on a Saturday night, taking on Devon Peterson, who he has beaten 3 times this week. The last one was 4-0. And Devon Peterson, 40 years of age, in need of a victory to keep his hopes alive of repeating that weekly win he had back in Series 10 after an opening defeat at the hands of Lewis Pride earlier on this evening. And Devon Peterson will be taking on Taylor, who has had the greatest success you can have at the Super Series, winning the title in Series 6, and he's looking to make it 6 weekly wins if he can cross the line tonight. That would put him level with the great Derek Coulson, who he would join at Champions Week.
That was one of my favourite interviews of the week. You were mid-sentence and he said, yeah, but they haven't got the big one, have they? I like that kind of housery. Just sending a message, and obviously if he does take out the ADC Global Champion from a couple of years ago, he is going to make his way through. Devon has got a lot to do.
Yep, he would be out with defeat here, Devon Peterson. So Taylor knows that he can put him away. If Peterson does win this match 4-0 or 4-1, he would qualify without needing to wait for the result of the final game in Group 1.
First leg, Devon to throw first. Game on.
The message you referred to as well, Paul, I think was aimed at Messrs West, Coulson and Duff, wasn't it? Who, one of them has the same number of weekly wins. Coulson has 6 and Duff has 7.
Well, let's go down the all-time list, shall we? Because Duff's got 7, Coulson's got 6, West's got 5, just like Scott. Then you've got the
30
serial finalists in Tom Sykes and Jimmy Van Schie. Then you get to Andreas Harrison. If you're talking about people who have won a series, who have had serial weeklies, Yeah, I would say that Taylor's on par with Andreas
140.
Harrison because he's won a special week as well.
Well, many would regard Luke Littler as the Super Series GOAT, if you like. Having
59.
been the only player to have his name on the trophy twice, Scott Taylor could still do that this series.
He could do that in the next 2 weeks. And he's won a week 12 before, so he can go deep into his pockets for 2 weeks of form.
Already needs this victory, Devon Peterson, but up against a man who he's played 3 times and lost 3 times. 4-2, 4-2, 4-0 in favour of Taylor.
Yeah, and since then, Taylor has found another level of performance, albeit,
70.
in his own words, a bit up and down. Big dart at double 16 to get off to a flying start.
Game shot.
That double 16 has been an ally. If there's been one double that has worked, it's been that one.
Game on. $60.
So 4 legs away from elimination here, Devon Peterson, but now just 3 legs away from qualifying.
Sounds easy, doesn't it?
60.
It's not. It's a game that looks simple but isn't.
140.
There's a phrase attributed to Texas Hold'em.
83.
It takes a minute to learn and a lifetime to master.
$85.
Many dart players will relate to that one.
Yeah, you never stop learning.
Yeah, although Luke Littler did seem to take a minute to master, didn't it?
Yeah, but he was around
58.
for a few years before he even came here. And this week, we have been seeing a bit of footage online from the WDF Europe Cup Youth. And there have been some great scenes for the likes of England, Scotland.
81.
And a young lady from Germany called Merv Hummel. Watch out for that girl.
45.
We've already seen a 135
135
tonight. That came from Ron Muhlenkamp in the previous game. Taylor doesn't have to take it out.
He's thinking 95 to leave 40.
57.
Looking to level when he returns for the remaining 78. Not happy with how he started this game, Scott Taylor.
60.
But he started it okay in my book.
What is your book saying about leg 2 then? Because Tops is blocked. Needs a chizzy step and hit.
38.
Well, the book not quite closed, but Devon Peterson's running out of chapters here.
I think he did the right thing there. I think he's deliberately overshot Tops, just in case he pulls
49.
it.
Scott, you require 40.
And if he does go high, he can come back for a clear target.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well, that was
Scott
confident.
Taylor.
He nodded before he hit it.
Third leg, Devon to throw first. Game on.
Do you know, sometimes when a dart leaves your hand, you know it's in, you can celebrate when it's still midair?
Yeah, great feeling. Especially when it's for the match.
100.
Darts is a field game. Look at that.
Oh, that was
Nod of approval. Yep, I'm going to hit this. And he did.
Yeah, that was not even midair, that was pre-throw.
As this game goes on,
60.
the walls get tighter and tighter. It feels almost claustrophobic when you play such a short format of darts
58.
like this. And you have to succeed. And even if Devon wins in a tight game here, it might not be enough.
58.
We saw last week, didn't we? Lee Evans from Wales won his first game. He would lose his second game by a bit of a distance. And then he could do nothing as he watched Jack Aldridge
40.
take his place.
Well, that's a rare one, isn't it? A darting namesake. Certainly playing in the same tournament the following week. A couple of those in darts. Martin Atkins is the other
81.
that springs to mind.
I know quite a few Scott Taylors. But there's only one that can do this.
I actually know 2 Paul Nicholsons.
140.
Interesting.
180.
He's gone for his primary weapon.
170.
It didn't matter about leaving 32 or something else. He wanted to leave a double of any description.
93. Devon, you require
Double
22.
11 then. Left it intentionally to get the ref bellowing out the 180.
Game shot on the
And he
third leg.
calls game
Devon
shot as
Peterson.
well as Peterson finds that double
Fourth
and
leg,
edges
Scott
ahead.
to throw first.
He said
Game
it.
on.
If he wins the next 2 legs now, he will succeed in making the semi-finals.
97.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Monday to Friday is about making Saturday. The group phase is about making the semis.
140.
And then knockout darts kicks in, and maybe that's where Devon is at his most dangerous.
Taylor himself said it's a different competition now.
100.
That's how he sees it. And I think that's how any experienced player sees it. In fact, we've reached a point, I think, in the last 12 months where players are now
57.
treating weeks as qualifying weeks for Champions Week rather than a prize within itself.
Yeah, I think that's true. Even though there is a little bit of one-upmanship amongst the players. Oh, how many weeklies have you got? We've heard it from Taylor.
93.
But when it comes to it, there are people like Ron Meulenkamp and Jacob Taylor from Series 3. They didn't win the week, but they got to Champions Night.
And you've got Derek Coulson, who is once again through to Champions Week, which is ridiculous. The consistency of winning weeks of late for him.
60.
He's already talking about not just Champions Week, he's talking about Champions Night. I need to get it right on Champions Night. That's where it's gone wrong so far.
I think it's ridiculous that he didn't win the World Seniors title when that was around.
133.
And Devon did finish in 6th position in Group A. We have not had a weekly champion in this series who was finished bottom of Group
Scott, you
A.
require 78.
So he could create a bit of history.
Double 12, though, would tie this one up at 2-2. Big dart.
66.
Peterson gets a chance to pick the pocket here.
Devon, you require 104.
Hit this. One leg shootout of sorts. That's okay. So is that. That's better than
James on the
okay.
fourth leg.
What
Devon
a pick off
Peterson.
that is. How is he
Fifth leg,
mustering
Devon
this
to
up?
throw first. Game
It's
on.
only an 86 average. But compared to what he was doing Monday to Wednesday and on Friday, this is much better.
A reminder that Devon Peterson lost his
140.
opening match of the evening to Lewis Pride by 4 legs to 2, meaning he came into this game needing to win
100.
4-1 to qualify. If he completes this leg, he'll do exactly that. And Scott Taylor's in trouble.
140.
Yes, he is. He has been eliminated in the groups on a Saturday night before, but not many times. You might remember, if you've been watching the Modus Super Series since the start, in September of 2022, we came here. The very first winner in this building was Kieran Tian. He finished 6th
100.
in Group A that week, and he succeeded against the likes of Wolfie and Hillbilly Hurrell and Diogo Portela and Stephen Burton.
180.
Well-timed maximum from
Devon, you require
Taylor, rather akin
121.
to the one that Peterson hit in the leg prior. And he now can't finish after a nasty dart, dirty dart. Taylor gathering himself. He knows
33.
it's time to strike.
Scott, you require 81.
It most definitely is. Peterson's only missed one dart at a double. Double 13.
Game shot on the fifth
Doubling
leg.
in this game has
Scott
been
Taylor.
excellent.
Well, Peterson cannot qualify
Sixth leg,
in this
Scott
match now.
to
He wins this
first.
leg. The only way he could
Game
go
on.
out would be via a 9-dart shootout. If you are new to the Super Series here on Pluto TV, a 9-dart shootout is the outcome when every single player has a win by the same scoreline in a group.
100.
That could still happen in this group, of course, if Peterson wins 4-2, but Taylor will be now hoping for a bigger prize than that.
Scott Taylor has been in 2 9-dart shootouts. He succeeded in
57.
Series 9 alongside Anton Östlund. But in Champions Week
60
of Series 9, he'd be in another 9-dart shootout and lose out to Andreas Harrison and David Davies. So if you were to ask him right now, do you want a 9-dart shootout? He'd say, I don't want to go through that again.
Yeah, he'd like to get the job done here, looking to take the game to a deciding 7th leg. And remember, if he does that and wins that leg, he'll be through. Peterson will be gone. The game between Pride and Taylor would just be to win the group. There is an advantage in that as well. You get the throw in the semi-finals.
Yeah, it didn't count for much last week. Both players won against the throw in the semis. But it is an advantage.
100.
Sometimes it just doesn't work out that way.
And players will see it as more of an advantage, the shorter the format is. A race to 4 legs, relatively short. Certainly for players that have played on the
78.
PDC Pro Tour.
So you require 164.
Like both of these.
Oh, that's good switching.
92.
His ability to change plan in about a second, even less than that maybe. Very, very good. Because he was thinking 140 to lead double 12 there.
65. Scott, you require 72.
So this to level up. He's got choices here. Two of those tee up tops.
32. Devin, you require 157.
How good would this be? To even the ledger. He's not going to get it. That was a close call.
41.
So to force a decider.
You require 40.
Double 20 for Taylor.
Game shot on
and
the
it
6th leg.
goes.
Scott Taylor.
And now whatever happens here,
7 from
Peterson will
5
have
leg
to
Devon
wait for the
to
outcome of the
first.
final match.
Yeah, no 9-dart shootout in group number 1. That's off the table.
Sorry, I say whatever happens. If the worst happens, he won't wait for the
91.
outcome of the final match because he'll be heading home. But if Peterson wins, then we will be getting our abacus out.
Do you know what? This brings up vivid memories for a lot of people who watch the Modus Super Series. The week that Devon won, on the Friday night, going into the early hours of
62.
Saturday morning, he was involved in a game with Paul Hogan. He was in multiple groups with Paul Hogan. There was a case in that group where Devon just could not get rid of Hogan. Hogan should have been eliminated in Group B. Devon didn't get rid of him. Hogan made it to Saturday night. And then in the final on the Saturday night, Hogan beat Peterson. So if there's one thing that we can learn from that is that when you've got the chance to get rid of someone, you have to take it.
Muhlenkamp Marcroft follows this in Group 2. First time they've met all week. No form line there. Marcroft been waiting patiently to get onto the Saturday night stage. Will be the last player to do so. But who will have the last laugh in this
81.
one?
Scott, you require 167.
It's 50-50 this game. Or is it? Oh my word! What a strike from Taylor, and he does get rid of Devon. That is an exceptional checkout from the Series 6 champion. The ADC Global champ from a couple of years back is now out of Saturday night, and Scott Taylor may be bringing the fire for the rest of week 11. 95 average, the 167 will take the cake. What a shot to win 4-3.
Well, this is how to seal qualification for the semi-finals. 167 required, treble 20, treble 19, and the bullseye for Scott Taylor. You can't say that Devon Peterson threw the towel in, but he did throw it at Scott Taylor after that brilliant bullseye checkout that saw Taylor win the match. Peterson, incidentally, waiting on 127 in that deciding leg. And at the latest in our results this evening, Taylor's victory sees him go through, but Lewis Pride as well, because he got the better of Peterson earlier tonight. So Devon is eliminated. Ron Muhlenkamp is looking to follow in their footsteps. He will go through if he can get the better of James Marcroft, an ADC qualifier who has made it through to finals night on his debut, and is very, very excited about being here at the Live Lounge. James, a fantastic debut here at the Modus Super Series. How pleased are you to be at finals night?
It's a fantastic achievement for me. It's a new experience, but everything down here has been phenomenal. So, from getting here to, the players, everything, whole experience, brilliant.
I mean, first of all, what did it mean to you to qualify to play here?
I think everybody knows it's like, other than the PDC, you want to be involved in Modus. It's a massive thing for any amateur dart player, so it's something I've had my eye on now for a few years. And, I've got me qualifying. It took me 6 times. Final losses, 5-4, quarterfinals, semi-finals. You keep persisting, and it's been well worth it, definitely.
And we've seen other players come through the ADC system and become regulars, maybe even to go and win week series and get PDC Pro Tour cards. What are your ambitions in the game?
I take one thing at a time. Like this weekend I came in and everyone said to me, James, enjoy the experience. People that have won here before told me, just enjoy it, keep you cool. It's not going your way, just keep you cool. So for me, it's just take each day as it comes, each game as it comes, and then wherever it takes you, it takes you. I've done the PDC stuff before, the Challenge Tour, etc. At the moment, it's one of them for me. This is brilliant. I'm loving it. It's fantastic.
And you got someone you know well in the practice room tonight in Scott Taylor. What's it like having him around this evening?
Well, yeah, as soon as I landed Wednesday on the train, he was on the phone. I've known him 20 years. He's such a great lad. Super League, county, everything we've done together. He's fantastic. For him being here this week as well, it's a great thing, almost calming in a way, So
there is a possibility, of course, you could share the stage in the final tonight. What would that mean?
It'd be fantastic, not just for me and Scott, for everyone that we've grown up with through Lancashire Darts and everybody else. People have already been saying you could play Scott in the final. That'd be a dream come true, yeah, definitely. He's such a good friend.
Well done so far. Good luck tonight.
All right, thanks very much, mate.
That's not the worst guy for the treble. Finds it brilliantly because there was a wall of flights in the way. 18, clean kill. Real clean.
Keep things simple.
Simple as that.
Ball's covered.
How has he found that?
James Mark.
Yeah, James Marcroft enjoying a debut dream here at the Live Lounge. Has made it down from Lancashire to Portsmouth and is loving every moment of being on that stage. It's been a long wait tonight for Marcroft to take to it, such has been the closeness of each of the previous games. We've played all but one possible leg so far. Ron Muhlenkamp played every leg. He wished he hadn't in his game against Lee Evans. Could have won it 4-0. Eventually, though, crossed the line 4-3 as the two-time weekly runner-up here at the Super Series continues his quest to go one better this time around. The opponent for Ron Muhlenkamp is a man we just heard from, James Marcroft, 38 years of age, living now in Connors Quay, making his debut and winning Group C on his debut. Spoke about the decades-long friendship with Scott Taylor, who's in that practice room, described his presence as calming. But Scott Taylor did warn us at the start of the night that the friendship would be left at the door if they were to play each other. If Marcroft wins this game by a margin of 4-1 or better, he will guarantee qualification. Of course, he still does have Lee Evans to play, and Ron Muhlenkamp, having beaten Lee Evans, knows if he can win this match, he will go through to the semi-finals as the group winner.
Quite a refreshing interview, that, with James. First time we've spoken to him this week. And he is living proof of what you can do if you can just persevere a little bit.
Game on.
You can go to a qualifier to get here, and if you don't do it, you might think, oh, I missed my chance, but there are other chances out there, and when you make it, you can make the most of it. If you've been involved in darts around Manchester for the last 20 years, you're going to run into
60.
a lot of people who have been successful here, and maybe James is the next one to do so.
140.
Yeah, I liked what he said about taking one step at a time as well. I mean, try it at home if you want, folks. Trying to take 5 steps at a time is a surefire way to fall flat on your face.
60.
People try, and people fail. I think the person who embodies that the most is Jack
41.
Twaddle. He used darts as a rehab tool to learn to walk again. He literally took one step at a time, and look at what he's been doing over the last few weeks. He lost in his final to Boris Krujma very recently in week number 9. And Mark Croft is a very swift player. And he's done something in making Saturday that we didn't think was possible. And that is being bottom of the averages for the week, but still winning Group C and making it to Saturday.
Yeah, 12 from 12 in terms of the averages. Over 10 points behind Carl Wilson, who's second place.
41.
And isn't here.
Go figure.
$58.
Having said that, if Carl Wilson was in Group C this week, I think he would have qualified. It's just the way it works.
Half the field from the north of England
43.
this evening. Pride and Taylor playing next in a war of the roses, so to speak.
41. Ron, you require 157.
On a night that many will be hoping for English pride. By the way, just a side note on that. Erling Haaland, born in Leeds.
95.
Yeah, because his dad played for Leeds.
James, you require 140.
Famously got halved by Roy Keane.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of
100.
befores with those two guys. Some people have got very good memories. And dart players are no different.
Well, 18 off that. Leaves him on 44. Well, he was going Motown, but he ended up in
45.
no town.
James, you require 40.
I've honestly lost count of how many missed numbers we've had this week. Double 10.
30.
The Motown reference was 4
Ron, you
tops
require
for those
17.
who didn't get that. 17 left.
Okay. That's technically a miss, but it could work out. Could have been a sweet 17.
13.
And yet again, he is disgusted.
James, you require 10.
Furious, you might say.
5.
But you can relax a little.
Ron, you require 4.
Just getting the sense that Marcroft is showing signs of nerves
James on the
on his
first
finals
leg.
night bout.
Ron Muhlenkamp.
I just wonder if the way the fixtures have fallen
Second leg,
haven't
James
helped him,
to throw
and
first.
the way they've
Game on.
gone, because we are a little bit behind schedule. He's been waiting a long time.
100.
That's something you've just got to make peace with. Doesn't matter where you play. Sometimes you're going to be thrust into the limelight a bit sooner than you think. Sometimes you have to wait.
Often, if you do get nerves, it's the weight that's worse than the actual thing that you're nervous about, isn't it?
Yeah,
60.
the last 5 minutes before you take to a stage, that's crucial. That's where you've got to regulate your breathing. You've got to take everything deliberately.
55.
Don't pace around. Walk slowly, breathe slowly, and just bring everything down a bit. Look at what singers do before they take the stage.
180.
They do deliberate things like vocal exercises and physical exercises to warm
96.
themselves up, to keep them calm, to get ready to perform. Sports stars are no different. He's going to have to go back to the 18s here.
55.
One thing he doesn't have yet is scars on this stage. James Marcroft. It's all been a
40.
positive experience for him so far.
That'll change. Play here enough, you're going to get a few psychological bruises.
56.
Let's face it, Ron was 2 games away from becoming a series winner without having a weekly win. But then again, Jacob Taylor in Series 3, he
58.
didn't win a week and he nearly won Series 3.
150.
Go figure.
Some news on that later regarding this series. Do stay tuned. I know you will anyway. Nothing else happening tonight.
126. James, you require 152.
Good setup stuff from Newlinkamp. Marcroft isn't going to bother the 152, so Ron back for 24 for 2-0.
78.
This is one of his preferred targets as well. That's why he's in there immediately and straight in for 2-0.
Ron Newlinkamp.
It's amazing how eager you can be to win a leg like that when it's a double that you like. Here's a curious thing as well. Ron is carrying 2 sets of darts with him this week.
140.
These are the darts he started with on Thursday. Then he went to a different set. He's then reverted
91.
to this set after his first game tonight.
Good observation. It's kind of the same outcome so far.
97.
5 of these 6 legs he's won this evening have been while his opponent is on 0.
81.
The other one was, of course, after Lee Evans had come back from 3 behind. He then breaks in a last leg decider.
100.
He could be sitting in this game right now needing to win the match just to stay in the hunt.
96. Ron, you require 164.
Not a chance of him going for the 164.
$58.
Could have maybe played it smarter.
Yeah, true. But he did have a few darts on the floor last night from flight deflection, so I think that's why he
Ron, you
switched on
require
dart 3.
106.
I think he did the right thing.
Well, he's got 6 from 106 anyway. And as always, the ops are tops.
66.
And just like Scott Taylor from earlier, the slightly high miss on tops could be a benefit
84.
in visit
Ron, you
2
require 40.
because he's still got the double with nothing in the way.
Game shot on the 3rd leg.
So once again, Ron Newlinkamp opens up a 3-leg lead. When he did this
4th
against
leg,
Lee Evans, he
James
lost
Duke
it, but he still won the match.
Game on.
Yeah, now he's got 4 opportunities to make his way into the semi-finals first.
100.
Alongside, we don't know who in Group 2, because if Ron wins the match, it's going to be a straight shootout between Evans and Marcroft to see who joins him.
121.
Well, that's how he's done it. Slow start, I think it's safe to say. And then pretty comfortable in legs 2 and 3 with Marcroft.
99.
I have to say, even though he's the lowest on the averages this week, he's playing below par.
Yeah, he is. We've seen some of his numbers online.
135.
And he's played some very good games, and he's been around a long time. If you can hang with people in the northwest of England, that is all you need to say. It's one of the hottest areas for darts on the planet.
I am going to let you put your coaching hat on a little bit, Paul, here, and just analyse the throw of Marcroft, because just as a layman, it looks to be a lot of body movement when he throws.
He's right-handed, but he plays lefty, because this is something that came up on Thursday and Friday. We didn't know about it. Somebody got in touch and told us. So he's actually created an ability to play lefty when he couldn't play righty.
100.
So this is not a natural technique.
James, you
This is
require
something he's just
144.
doing instinctively. There is a lot of movement, both
58.
backwards and forwards
require
and
86.
vertically. It's not perfect.
Well, this would be perfect if the 86 goes for Muhlenkamp. Oh, that's great. Double 16.
54.
Took the risk.
James, you require
Nearly
86.
paid off. Markroft needs the same equation.
Different double.
61.
He can't end this game on the bullseye.
Ron, you require 32.
And it could indeed be the end of the group stage for Muhlenkamp with the perfect results.
Ron
Game shot,
Muhlenkamp
and a match.
goes through
Ron Muhlenkamp.
emphatically. A 4-0 win for Ron Muhlenkamp sees him progress through to the semi-finals as the group winner. In Group 2, James Markroft has an awful lot of work to do. He returned to try and pick up a win against Lee Evans in the closing contest, but before that, Scott Taylor takes on Lewis Pride. Well, this time in a couple of weeks' time, we'll be into our coverage of Champions Night. Saturday the 25th of July, the coverage begins at 7 p.m. for an extended build-up for Champions Night in Series 14. All live and free on Pluto TV. And one man who has lifted that trophy before, Scott Taylor, is in action in the next game. He beat Devon Peterson in his previous one 4-3 to go through. That meant Lewis Pride went through with him, and since then we've seen Ron Muhlenkamp qualify for the semi-finals as well. So Marcroft and Evans will play off in Group 2 to see which one of those goes through. Taylor and Pride already through, and this one will determine which one of them wins Group 1 and therefore plays first and throws first in the first semi-final.
I think Lewis Pride will be ecstatic that Taylor beat Peterson because the pressure's off. If you're playing your second game on Saturday night, you don't know what permutations you're going to be hit with. But right now, the worst case scenario is not that bad. You're going to be in the semis, but without the darts. And Grizzly did look a little bit nervous in the first game of the night. And if you look at what he was doing when he was winning in 6 legs against Peterson, he was very relieved to get over the line.
Yeah, certainly was. It seems a while ago. Maybe he's had time to relax now. I think he would have been as happy as Scott Taylor when he saw that stunning 167 go in. Taylor did have a little look up to the balcony where the VIP guests of the players are located tonight and just told someone to be quiet. I don't know if that was an over-enthusiastic supporter of his own or whether he was telling a Pride fan to just tone it down.
Every now and again, when Scott Taylor just says something with that furrowed brow, you say, yes, sir.
96.
Well, that's actually mine to him, Matt. I don't know if it was directed at him. Actually, could have been here, couldn't he? James Marcroft beat him to qualify.
Yeah, they had a straight shootout to see who would get their place into Saturday, and Minto was very close.
85.
Taylor and Marcroft, as we heard, planning to go and watch the England game over a light ale after this, whatever happens this evening. They'll be there together,
100.
cheering on the Three Lions.
He's got that look in his eye again.
Oh yeah, he certainly thinks his opponent's Norwegian.
If he's going to look like that and do things like that, stick him in at right back.
Yeah, you said it at the start of the show. He needs that fire to be burning.
140. Scott, you're
maybe the best thing that could have happened was a 7-leg fight in his opening game.
47. Lewis, you require 83.
One of his biggest rivals, Scott Taylor, is Tom Sykes from Yorkshire. He has been confronted by somebody else from Yorkshire who is now on 99.
Yeah, it's a red rose against a white rose here, but it's a green double.
74.
Not pinned by Pride.
Scott, you require 10.
Can Taylor take out double 5?
James Shaw on the first leg.
That's
Scott
the double
Taylor.
that gave him the Series 6 title. But on this occasion, he didn't even need a marker.
Second leg, Lewis,
Working out.
throw first. Game on.
Which water belongs to who?
Yeah, the last thing we need is a water fight between these two.
I think quite a few people would appreciate a water fight, to be honest, this week.
That's a great idea.
17.
Technology in water guns has really come along in the last 25 years, and technology's come along in tungsten as well,
81.
which is a prized commodity in earthly days at the minute.
Yeah,
Tungsten is not a cheap material.
Becoming a precious metal.
You haven't seen Taylor change much about his setup in the last few years.
140.
Same sort of dart. He has fiddled with his flights a little bit this week. He's tried some James Wade-style Union Jacks last night. A little bit of blue, a little bit of black. But then again, that's what he does with his shirts. But I think it's really interesting
60.
that he's wearing the red one tonight, because that's the colour he was wearing when he won the series title in Series 6. Might just be an accident, but I don't think it is.
What's not an accident
24.
is that he somehow manages to get it all together on a Saturday night. However bad or good or indifferent the week before it has been, Scott Taylor has the knack of winning weeks here at the Live Lounge. Well, that's a knack, isn't it? All squeezed in the bottom corner.
Even Taylor was appreciative of that one. He looked at that as if to say, did you really just do that?
Well, had there been a fly on the dartboard there, it would have been pierced 3 times
45.
with those darts.
Look at this.
Pressure require 144.
Outrageous. That's the benefit of having long points, if you can use them.
And you do sense he needs something to get him going tonight, Lewis Pride. All right, he won and he's through, but he hasn't played anywhere near as well as he did in Group A yet.
Not at all. Another reason why having this game as a decider for the top of the group.
95.
He can play with a little bit less pressure, and
require
hopefully
84.
over the course of the match he can find the ingredient that he can use going forward.
Double 18 is the Pride choice.
James on the
And he
second
used the marker
Lewis
superbly.
Pride.
One thing that has been noticeable
Third leg,
from
Scott
Lewis
to
Pride is
front
he's
first.
thrown his best
Game on.
darts when he's just taken a moment tonight. I know,
45.
hopefully, a penalty shootout isn't on the mind for a lot of people watching in England tonight, but they do say that psychologically you should take your time over a penalty, not just rush up and
59.
smash it in.
Yeah, none of that stutter-stepping stuff.
Take your time, focus, but once you're at the hockey, attack the target.
140.
Yeah, what kind of penalty do you think Scott Taylor would take? There's a ball. I'm going to kick it as hard as possible, and I'm going to smash it. That's what he would do.
Well, based on his performances this week, if you gave him 5 penalties, every single one would be different.
Yeah, one would be over the bar, one would be in the top
42.
corner, one would be right down the middle,
And then
one would miss left, and one would miss right.
And if he needed a 6, a Panenka for good measure.
96.
Lewis Pride looks like the kind of guy who'd run up as if he's going to blast it, but then just roll it in.
58.
Looks like the kind of guy that would be rowing a boat for Norway.
95.
And he ain't going to be throwing for a finish in his next visit, that's for certain.
Spoken a lot about that this week. But then again, we speak about it a lot every week now. It's become a hot topic in 2026.
99.
But it means Taylor's
Scott
got a
Young by
luxury here that he doesn't
125.
have to go for the firework finish. He would have been thinking, I hope I hit the 25 there, treble 20 tops.
79.
Nice clean up with the last start, as it happens anyway.
One thing we already know is that Muhlenkamp is going to have the darts in the second semi-final. So if you lose this game,
60.
you're going to be taking
Scott
him
Young
on
by
against the
56.
throw. So if you don't want to play Muhlenkamp, simple, win the game.
James Shaw on
And
the third
Taylor's
leg.
winning.
Scott Taylor.
How much does the outcome of this
Fourth leg
match
Lewis to throw first.
change
Game
the
on.
feeling in the mind of James Marcroft going into the next match? Because if Scott Taylor wins this game, he wins the group, and it means that if Marcroft beats Evans, he gets a chance to play Taylor,
100.
his friend of 20 years, in the semi-finals.
That's a really interesting point. It might be motivational.
96.
He said in his interview with you earlier tonight that it would be an honour to play Taylor. To have the honour of doing that, he has to succeed. It may be motivational for him. we will soon find out.
Look, and Evans may have got 3 legs against Muhlenkamp. Markroft got 0. But it counts for nothing. It's a straight fight between the pair of them.
I can only say from my own experience, Murph, that when I played against Adrian Lewis at the World Championship in 2009, I knew that if I won that game, I could play Dennis Priestley. And I wanted that game so much. And it helped.
98.
Another
Yorkshire great. The greatest.
Oh, yeah.
82.
2 world titles. And no disrespect to somebody else with a big beard in Scott Waits, but Priestley is the top dog.
$140.
And a great guy as well. We'll have to get him down here sometime.
Yeah, get him to bring that red and black leather jacket. Got to take him away from Tenerife first.
45. Lewis, you require 66.
Well, plenty of time on Pride's side here.
This is a big jump to the 32.
34.
Yeah, many people who go for that way on 66 usually then go to tops after, not to 32.
Yeah, it just
58.
seems a quite nice
Pressure
route, doesn't
required,
it? Just to
32.
work your way around clockwise. Double 8.
James on the
2-2.
fourth leg. Lewis Pride.
It's a little bit better in this game from Lewis Pride.
Fifth leg Scott.
He's
to
finding an extra
Roper.
5%.
Game on.
That would be a nice trend to do all night long. You could take yourself from around about an 80 average to an 85.
95.
If you jump another 5% in the semi-finals, you're in that 90 range, which can do a lot of damage.
The winner of this match, as mentioned, will play Markroft or Evans in the first semi-final. The loser of the game will take on Ron Muhlenkamp
60.
in semi-final number 2.
For anybody watching from outside of the UK, this is not a game of War of the Roses. It's War Roses. That's how they say it in that part of England.
Or something like that.
Yorkshire's famous for a lot of things, as is Lancashire.
180.
And I'm talking world famous.
99.
Yorkshire's famous for tea. All sorts of other things like cricket.
Yeah.
Lancashire's famous for hot pot.
Well, it's more like hot Scott tonight.
91.
Especially when it comes to this particular checkout. Play it again, Scott. Oh.
99.
Pride's got off scot-free.
Lewis, you
Then he could
require
steal his thunder.
170.
170 on offer.
Well, he looks like Thor. God of Thunder. That was close.
90. Scott, you
So
require
the Taylor
68.
to edge ahead once again in this battle to top the group. Double 18.
James shot on the
Taken
fifth
out
leg.
nicely.
Scott
Taylor one
Taylor.
away.
That's typical Taylor
Sixth leg, Lewis
versatility,
to
that.
row first. Game on.
He's brilliant on tops. But he's also got other weapons at the top of the board. You won't find many players that like
60.
double 12, double top, and double 18 in equal measure, but Taylor is like that. If he wins tonight,
135.
we might have to get him a nickname. He's never had one. He's not like Joe Mernon, who's had about 5. But we might have to start calling him Scott the Saturday Specialist.
Bit of a mouthful. Might cost a few quid at the shirt printers, but
140.
it's apt.
96.
Just Saturday. Could work nicely, couldn't it? Elton John walk-on song.
No, you've got that one wrong, Murph. You don't often get it wrong on the old musical terms, but it would have to be the Bay City Rollers.
55.
I'm just glad you didn't say the Saturdays.
Oh, no. But Saturday is all right for flighting. Yeah, that would be pretty good. I might have to bow to your knowledge there.
41.
He should be leaving a finish from this position.
140.
He's got himself into that lovely range of small number, one treble and a double combination. And it might be a one-leg shootout to see who wins this group.
And then we'll have a straight shootout for the final place in the last four.
No, you require 106.
I love watching Scott Taylor play. It's never dull.
Double 16 for pride, for parity.
74.
94
Scott,
for
you
Taylor
require
for victory.
94.
How's he going to do it? Maybe. Definitely. That's how you recover. And Scott Taylor does indeed win group number 1. Peterson goes to the exit. Grizzly goes to number 2. And Scott Taylor, the Series 6 champion, punches on his weight in 6 legs. The group is his.
Well, Saturdays and Scott Taylor just go together, don't they? The shot that won him his second game of the night and saw him top the table in Group 1 against Lewis Pride, who he does progress to the semi-finals alongside. And confirmation of the results so far, Pride and Taylor both beating Devon Peterson were already through in Group 1 before that fixture. Ron Muhlenkamp has already topped Group 2 by winning both of his games, so all that remains to be seen is who goes through with him. And that will be determined in this final group game as James Marcroft on debut takes on Lee Evans. Marcroft without a leg so far on finals night. Evans got 3 of them in a fight back against Muhlenkamp, but it's first to 4 in this one to see who completes the final 4.
You and I were saying a little bit earlier on, Murph, that fight back from Evans where he could have lost 4-0, ends up losing 4-3. It could be crucial. It turns out it wasn't.
Yeah, matters not a jot. This effectively a quarter-final. Will it be Lee Evans progressing to the semis once again, or will Marcroft continue? What I have to say, in terms of the numbers, is the most unlikely of dream debuts.
Yeah, absolutely. What we've got here is the winner of Group C against the winner of Group B.
140.
We have had winners from Group C and B go on to Saturday's success in this series. The first B winner that would succeed would be Archie Self, and he didn't lose a match that week.
45.
Very impressive. Then followed by David Evans, someone that Marcroft will know very well because Dave is from the Manchester-ish area, just north of that in Preston. But Group C, the winner of that, has succeeded quite a lot in the last few weeks. Ashley Coleman, Alex Small, and Boris Krutchma
100.
have all won. But I'm really interested in this statistic, Murph.
62.
Only 2 times out of 10 weeks has somebody prevailed on a Saturday night after playing in 2 groups. Predominantly in this series, people are winning on Saturday after playing 1 group, whether
42.
it's A, B, or C.
Yeah, so they've either won Group A and had a couple of days off, or they haven't come
81.
in until Thursday.
Yeah, the 2 people that booked the trend were Krutchma and Neil Duff,
who does have a real habit of playing Group A, not winning it, starting rather slowly,
78.
but
James, you
finishing with a flourish.
137.
Absolutely.
And Marcroft has had a much more settled start to this match than he did to the previous game.
97.
Evans is having a very similar start to his previous match. And he's had a long time to wait between that game and this one. 3-game break. And that's something that he
60.
didn't have
James, you require
in Group
40.
B this week.
James on the first leg.
But
James
it wasn't really a marker, but he made it one, didn't he?
Second leg lead to
kind of used that dart.
Game on.
There's almost a barrier to bounce off.
Okay, so it's now official. Lee looks worried.
Yeah. And that's the first leg that Marcroft has won tonight.
$57.
And there you see, he does flick one of the wings of the flight and actually makes it turn.
100.
It would be some story if he makes it
85.
through to the semis.
Well, you mentioned worried. I was actually a little bit worried when I spoke to Lee Evans earlier on, because for a man who's
81.
got through Group B so convincingly, he didn't sound like someone who was filled with confidence.
Yeah, he's been talking
41.
himself down all week. He won 4 out of 4 on Thursday. And when he spoke to myself and Henry Deacon after that session, the first things he was saying were negative.
59. 59.
They haven't been playing well. Surprised to be here. All that.
Hit a 9-darter on that stage on a Saturday night. You are a previous weekly winner. You shouldn't be surprised to be here.
Even then, when I asked him about that, he said, well, I was rubbish after that.
Some people are like that.
59.
They downplay everything. They don't
Lee require 40.
understand how good they are. Lee's an excellent dart player. I hold him in high regard.
Fine line between humility and pessimism. And the pre-throw pessimism is a bad habit to get into. But it does help him on this occasion, so I will leave the psychology to the professionals in future.
Game on. $60.
One of the misconceptions of this sport is that if it works for one person, it's going to work for another. There's no one-size-fits-all in this sport.
135.
For example, if you're into cricket and you go and buy the bat that is used by
61,
say, Johnny Bairstow, automatically that bat is not going to be the thing that makes you better. It might react differently
99.
when you hit the ball. But there's a lot of people using the same sort of equipment in cricket. Same in golf. Same in tennis. Equipment differences in this sport are so much more intricate. There are thousands of different combinations that you can choose. And it's the same with the psychology of it. Every person is different. And if you want to get better psychologically, you've got to find
42.
a way to make yourself better, but not do exactly the same as someone else, because what works for some doesn't work for all.
40.
Well, not much working through either at the moment. In the middle of this match.
Just feels like Lee
135.
doesn't have the same sort of feel that he had throughout Group B. He's not attaining the same
99.
consistent levels.
It may well be
90.
what the bookies thought in terms of who goes through. The top four in the betting all going through to the semi-finals, but I think the odds would have flipped. Muhlenkamp and Taylor are now the favourites, aren't
74.
Yes.
Change to require 141.
Shot's on. Shot was on.
85. Lee requires 16.
Evans is starting to move here. It's really slow progress. But this is what he can do to you. He can just gnaw. And that gnaw can turn into a bite.
8. James, you require
A
56.
chance for Marcroft to carry on this pinch me debut at the Modus Super Series by pinching this leg.
James
And he
on
has
the
done.
third leg. James Marcroft.
He's 2 legs away from the semi-finals.
Fourth leg lead to throw first. Game on.
And he said it earlier. He tried so many times just to get here. Now that he's here, he doesn't want to stop.
And let's remind you again, it would be a semi-final showdown with his friend of 2 decades, Scott Taylor.
85.
That is the dream scenario for James Marcroft on a Super
83.
Series debut. To be able to share the stage with someone like Scott, who he's played with, travelled with, played against.
You'd rather play someone you know.
100.
Marcroft
140.
and Taylor have not been in the same group this week. So we've got no idea how they will react to playing each other. But on every level of this sport, you would much rather play someone you know, because it's not a surprise
96.
when things happen.
Yeah, and that would be the case with both semi-finals. If Marcroft were to win, Pride and Muhlenkamp have avoided each other this week also.
It's happening a lot these days.
Well, Evans needs to hit big here. Minimum 1 treble. He's got that. But there's nothing he can do to stop Markov taking the leg.
There's a lot of body in that third dart. That's a valuable treble.
Especially after the loose one into the treble one. Evans to draw level. And that's made it awkward. Bull.
Had to do it. 60 was definitely off the table.
84.
And the table may have been turned here. Markov now to break and put himself in a promising position. He's wasted a dart. Can he save the shot? Not
38.
quite. Clip the wire. Evans reprieved. Evans relieved.
Lee require 36.
But is he level?
And yet again, another missed single, which could be costly.
Game shown on 4th
And it
leg.
was.
Lee Evans.
That may just be the dart that Markov looks back on
5th leg, James
when he's watching Scott Taylor in the semi-final rather than playing against him, if that's how it pans out from here. Still holding the cards, but only just. It's all square, but he has a throw in 2 of the final 3 legs.
Now, this is where experience really does come to the boil, in my opinion. If you're not playing your best, just go back to a time where you didn't play your best, but you still succeeded.
129.
If you can just get through this game,
100.
if you can just get the chance to play in the semi-finals, you'll get 10 minutes to take that big breath backstage and say, right, what did I do well? How do I move forward?
85.
Because I think for the first time this week, Evans is not playing well. But he's still got a chance.
13.
It's a really interesting dynamic tonight. We're seeing a story, I think, of 2 players peaking at the right time, having built up to finals night in Taylor and Muhlenkamp, and potentially the other couple of semi-finalists kind of getting there while they're on the decline.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
94.
This is Evans' leg to lose now. If he breaks here, he'll have the darts to win this match and make the semis.
Well, he knew that was a bad dart before it was out of the hand.
So the question is, why didn't he stop?
121.
Another brilliant recovery, just like the previous leg when he got 2 treble 19s.
81. Lee requires 67.
67 for a big break. Again, a loose first dart.
Now what do you do? I think he's done the right thing. He's playing the odds here. The odds state
153.
he's more likely to get a second visit. And that he will.
60.
It's the percentage play. It's also the psychological play, isn't it? Because it just can get into the mind of your opponent when you decline a dart of the ball.
It can. He has got a 3-2 lead now after a crisp 32, but
6th leg lead to
going for that treble 16 when Markroft's on 153 is nothing compared to what we saw this week. We saw somebody lay up on a 127 when their opponent was on 117. That's gutsy.
49.
Only 49. Markroft needs to make hay here and has.
34.
Immediately threatening to break straight back.
This is what all that practice is about. All of that exposure to stress
41.
and pressure. All those finals to get here to the Modus Super Series. Has that readied him
40.
for legs like this, where he must win?
Brutal bounce out that. Even if it was just in a single 20, it's a difference between an extra treble to leave a finish in the next visit.
78.
That is critical. If you hit the flight first, you risk the dart on the floor. Evans is now in control. But how much?
He's in control of the match. I'm not sure how much he's in control of himself right now.
Every time we doubt him, he seems to find a recovery shot.
100. Lee require
Well, this would be
136.
a winning shot. 136 for Evans to join Taylor, Muhlenkamp and Pride in the semi-finals. He won't take it out, but he will leave it handy.
96.
Even when he's not playing well, he's still averaging mid-80s. Make of that what you will.
97. Lee require 40.
So is this it for the debut dream for Marcroft? Does it end here? Does it end against Evans?
No
or
score.
is there another
James,
twist
you require 52.
in the tail?
Oh, another miss.
Game
But it
shot on
didn't
the
make any
sixth round.
difference.
James Marcroft. 7th and
Well,
final
Lee
leg,
Evans
James
came
to
back
throw first.
The
Game on.
3-3 against Ron Muhlenkamp. He's just missed 3 darts at tops to win this one 4-2. And now he finds himself needing to do what Ron did against him. And Marcroft, he needs to compose himself here.
44.
You don't know how you're going to react to something like this until you're there. Look at Lee. Ice cold. Been here before. I'll just do it again.
Yeah, that's the difference. You mentioned a big word earlier in the match, experience, and you could see he was struggling to settle Marcroft as he was at the hockey. I think he may have been better off taking a walk, starting again.
If we had a heart monitor on these two players, I would estimate there's about 40 beats per minute between them. Lee being the lower end. Winning is a state of mind, first and foremost.
41.
If you don't have that, you don't win. There are no accidents in darts. Because at the minute,
100.
Marcroft looks frantic. He said it was a quarter-final, Murph.
55.
It's a stressful one, and it's not the only stressful quarter-final that's happening tonight.
60.
Yeah, let's hope for a little more serenity come 10 p.m.
That is a nasty deflection, and that causes a mathematical headache.
But he's doing the right thing, not throwing until he's decided what he's throwing at. Some players kind of put themselves under pressure just to get rid of the dart.
86.
Oh my, that's such a good shot. He couldn't leave a finish, but he's given himself a little buffer in this final leg.
But it's a good habit to be in, isn't it? Just, he couldn't leave a finish, but at least he worked that out before he threw, rather than face the repercussions afterwards. Now, this is where he has been good. This kind of range, he's got himself down to really good finishers. Can't do it on this
46.
occasion. The door is ajar here.
You got to stick your foot in the gap here, and he's doing it.
141.
That is very, very good.
require
Evans needs
133.
a huge haymaker to make it through to the semi-finals.
Well, you were talking football, Paul, a moment ago, and this is real Roy of the Rovers stuff, isn't it, from James
57.
Marcroft,
James, you require
who's writing his
68.
own script here at the Super Series. It's got to be 15 ball.
Don't miss the single this time. Don't go for the treble. Go for the big single.
Oh,
43.
that's how close he was to the semi-finals.
Lee requires
He won Group
76.
C with a bull. He has just wired that bull to make the final four.
Does Evans make him pay? Well, that means he needs a treble. If he missed the other side, 25 ball would have been on, but he needs a treble. He's got a treble. Double 16 for Lee Evans. Huge moment.
44.
And he misses by the width of a wire as
Change
well.
require 25.
This is what dreams are made of. But it's another missed single. Is it another recovery?
Game shot. And
outstanding
James
double four.
Markroft.
And he puts Lee Evans out of week 11. There are people here at the Live Lounge who cannot believe what they've just seen. He can't believe it. He leaves the stage after winning in 7 legs. And he will be back on the stage very soon against Scott Taylor. What is afoot? Tell us, Lee. Well. What a shot that is to end the game. Aldridge looks in shock.
If he goes in the inside, he can't do nothing.
Game shot. On the mark, Jim McEwen.
Unlike Jamie Lewis, Jim McEwen can hit double 9 with his first dart. This is to survive. Double 7. Wow, what a shot that is!
Jack Aldridge.
Beautiful use of the marker, and Jamie Lewis is off to a winning start tonight. Kaya Basil has survived. That game could not have been tighter. He's made it, and the 16-year-old could indeed christen his debut with a golden medal. To give himself half of what this is, but it's a chance. It's the only chance he needed. What a way to make the final game of week number 10.
It has to go, Jack. And he does it.
On your Modus Super Series, Series 14, week 10
Absolutely
winner.
fantastic stuff that was from Jack Aldridge. Beating a young 16-year-old there in the final, but his winning legs there were 14.
The trophy in week 10 belongs to Jack Aldridge!
Yeah, Jack Aldridge, the winner of week 10 last week, the latest name on the Champions Week lineup. Now, just a little bit of breaking news. Week 9's winner Boris Kirchmar unfortunately has withdrawn from Champions Week, so he will be replaced by the runner-up with the highest weekly average. That's currently Jack Tweddle, 94 and change. That will take some beating in this or next week, but Kirchmar out, currently Tweddle in. That could change, and we'll get the 11th name on the list at the end of this evening. Two players have been eliminated now from that possibility. They are Devon Peterson and Lee Evans. Evans after that scrap with James Marcroft in a straight shootout in the final game. Scott Taylor and Ron Muehlenkamp going through comfortably as group winners, and Lewis Pride also through from Group 1, and this is how the semi-finals line up. Taylor takes on Marcroft. Great story behind that, which we'll come to in a moment. Muehlenkamp taking on Lewis Pride in the second semi-final, and the winners will face off in the decider at the end of the evening. Paul Nicholson has joined me in the studio to discuss what we've seen, and we better start at the end because that's where all the drama was, and I think it's safe to say both players felt it on stage.
Yeah, Lee didn't look comfortable at all tonight. Maybe in fits and starts, but in that eliminator at what we call the quarter-final, he just didn't look settled. He was able to recover very well a couple of times. Bad first start, good second, good third, but in the end, it was the recovery skills of James Marcroft that allowed him to get over the line. Twice he missed a single en route to winning a leg, but he was able to find the double when he needed it. So his dream debut begins maybe from here.
We call it Roy the Rovers stuff. It is an unlikely dream debut, isn't it, based on the numbers? The other player in that group was Ron Muehlenkamp. He got through, with much more sort of ease, but Lee Evans did make it a bit uncomfortable in his first match.
Experience does count for something, because the way that Ron's gone through his night, he's looked a bit more comfortable than some others, but he was through quite some time ago, and he was playing to the level that the other two players were not. It sounds really simple, but when you look at the way that Evans has played tonight, he's averaged 80. That is a good reduction in his output of 5 or 6%, and that puts you in a very vulnerable category of 6 to 7 visits. That is something that is not attributed to him, and he hasn't done it all week. So when Marcroft starts to find a little bit of recovery skills, that's where he can pinch legs, and that's exactly what he's done. But Muehlenkamp, he was in a class of his own.
If you want a reliable England player on a Saturday to reach a semi-final, then, well, Thomas Tuchel wants to be calling on Scott Taylor, doesn't he?
I suppose he does. He's a great Saturday player, and he's had a wonderful finish tonight of 167. Just a wonderful way to end the campaign of Devon Peterson, who wasn't throwing in the towel, in your words. He was having the towel to throw. But Taylor just has this knack on Saturdays. And I don't know whether this is the right thing to say, but when he was playing Pro Tour darts and when he was doing all of the best stuff in his career, it was at weekends. It wasn't during the week. So when he comes here to the Modus Super Series, maybe he's just tuned in for Saturdays If we played on Sundays, can you imagine how good it'd be on Sundays as well?
What about Lewis Pride, the Group A winner? What have you made of him tonight?
It's been okay. It's been nervy. I think the first game against Peterson, it's never easy to play the first game of the night, but he was able to negotiate that with some decent stuff. If anything, he played better in his next game, which he lost. But he's through to the semi-finals, and now the pressure has been lifted because the expectation goes to Taylor and it goes to Muhlenkamp.
I do just want to talk about this first semi-final, the relationship between the two players, and it spans over a couple of decades. James Marcroft in particular, he's having a dream debut. That dream has now seen him step into some form of darting utopia, hasn't it? Sharing a semi-final stage at the Super Series with his longtime friend and teammate Scott Taylor.
Yeah, but he's up against someone who's already said that friendship is thrown out the window when it comes to playing for money, for potentially another medal. And this is a dream scenario for James because he's not under pressure. The person who's won 5 weekly titles in a series is the person expected to win. So he can go out there left-handed and fancy free. He can go out there and experience what a semi-final is like. There are players who haven't gone this far and they've had much more in the way of attempts.
Right, will it be Mr. Saturday who makes it through to yet another weekly final, or will the dream debut continue for James Marcroft? Let's find out. It's semi-final time.
Or is it? Oh my word! Maybe. Definitely. That's how you recover. This is what dreams are made of. But it's another missed single. Is it another recovery?
Game shot.
Outstanding double four.
Here we go then, under the lights at the Live Lounge for 3 more fixtures on this big night of sport. And it is 2 players who have known each other for 20 years. One of them, a regular winner at the Super Series. A Super Series champion, no less, in the form of the 34-year-old Scott Taylor. The Bolton boy who has won everything on this stage and done it over and over again. He may know his opponent well, but his opponent does not have that same experience here. In fact, for James Marcroft, this is the first finals night at the Live Lounge for him, and he's still holding up the entire 12-player field for the week when it comes to the numbers. Lowest in the averages, yet he's in the Final Four. Now resides in Connors Key. This debut is something of a dream, and this for him is a match made in heaven. Scott Taylor told us when the night started that friendship would be left at the door. James Marcroft told us it would be resumed at the end of the night when they'll both have a pint and watch England hopefully get to their semi-final. Well, these two have done it, but which one goes through? All the odds say Scott Taylor, but James Marcroft's been upsetting the odds all week.
Yes, he has. Marcroft has won a group this week because he was
Scott
C1.
First. Game on.
Scott Taylor was second in Group A and second in Group B. But the number he's seeking tonight is 6. And that is a very apt number because the series he won was number 6.
97.
Could it be possible that James Marcroft will feel the most comfortable he's felt all week in this match?
It's possible.
Maybe not now.
That might have just changed. If you've known someone a very long time, you know their tendencies. You can almost feel when they're about to play well. You can see it in Scott's face. He's going to play well.
140.
Well, I don't know if they're sharing a train table or a lift home tomorrow, but I get the sense that Taylor really wants the bragging rights.
40. Scott, you require 85.
Sometimes you've got to beat your friends into the dirt. Double 14. Expert
stuff.
stuff.
Scott
First instinct was, I want treble 10. I can't see it, so I'll go for 514s. That is really good.
What I really liked about that shot is he almost just moved his arm around the board, choosing a treble before just nailing it
41.
with such nonchalance.
Instinct. That's what he's got. You talk about natural talent. That's not the kind
58.
of throw that you coach. It's quite loopy in its approach to the set position.
26.
And then it's all power. It's almost as if this is how he threw a dart when he first touched one. He is about as natural a dart player as you will see.
96.
That was a double that the treble 14 left him.
78.
All taken in his stride. Scott Taylor.
Yeah, James has got to be right on his game from now on, because otherwise he's going to feel
81.
like some batter on Shrove Tuesday.
The only player of the week, as you noticed at the start of the show tonight,
68.
that's been hitting three-figure averages, Scott Taylor. Yes, he's been hitting some stinkers as well, but he just seems to turn it on when it comes to the Saturday.
134.
Dozen darter that was, that opening leg. He could follow with a 15 with
81.
a brilliant 132 if he fancies it.
He doesn't even have to take it out. He'd take 92 right now. There it is.
92.
Well, if he takes this out for a 16 dart leg, he'll be halfway
60.
to the final
Scott, you
and
require
averaging
40.
well into three figures.
James on the second leg. Scott Taylor.
Exactly what he does.
Yeah, so much for friends, right? But this
Third
is the
leg,
right
Scott to
attitude.
throw first.
If you went back 40 years, maybe even
Game
50, and you plonked Scott Taylor into a working men's club in Bolton in 1976 or 1986,
92.
you wouldn't ask him for a game of darts for money, because he would flatten you. He's a money guy. He's here to
58.
pay for his family. And if there's somebody in his way, he doesn't care if it's a friend or a foe. He wants you
77.
gone.
I mean, you said who needs
134.
enemies when you got friends like this, eh? There's, what, 40 points in the averages?
Well, one of the players we had here this week, Kevin Painter. I practiced with Kevin for a year.
44.
We drew each other at Worlds. He did me 4-0. It happens. So when you play a friend, forget it. Just for a half hour.
Well, Scott's showing a bit of sympathy now. He's dropped down below 100 for the first time in the match.
And we'll see how long that lasts.
And actually, if it does last, there's a chance here for Markroft to get this game level, because this would be a break of throw if he manages to convert from 210 in 6. And then he'd have the darts in leg 4.
He's got to tidy up darts like that, though.
9.
That has not gone well. And I think Taylor understands that he's got a huge opportunity here of widening the gap to 3.
And look at the difference in experience as well. Big moment for Markroft. Rushed to the hockey. All the darts went all over the place. Big moment for Taylor. Steps to the table, has a drink, takes his time, and makes sure, again, even when he's got a bit of a distraction there, he lets it pass before throwing.
Absolutely. Poise. Rushing things in this sport
58.
is not advisable. We talk about timing. Timing of hitting something, and also timing of what you do.
100. Scott, you require 132.
Scott doesn't rush. Everything is timed well. This time he's going for it. He's got the other ball.
116.
That would
James, you require
have been
101.
remarkable. And again, he is showing no signs of going easy on his old pal.
That wasn't even a marker in the first bull, you know.
78.
He only had about a quarter of a bull to find.
I didn't fancy him to stay there, if I'm honest.
James Shaw on the third.
But he's staying in this
Scott Taylor.
tournament tonight. There seems little doubt about that.
Fourth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
The unknown James Markroft has surprised many this week, but it's a man
60.
who knows him well that's about to prove to be his nemesis.
180.
Somebody has arrived.
137.
Super Saturday Scott is here. The kind of levels he can find in the final 2 games, just ask Andy Bolton.
57.
109 in a final once. This has happened before.
Taylor taking
98.
Marcroft apart here. I'm sure there'll be an embrace and a few pleasantries exchanged at the end of it, and then Marcroft will go to supporting Scott rather than trying to
58.
stop him. But the writing's on the wall.
41.
Yeah, Marcroft is just not hitting the heights. And when you constantly average in the 70s, if you don't get that extra level, somebody of talent and experience
55.
is going to get you eventually.
It is, we have to say, look, it's an incredible story. It's an unlikely one. Bottom of the averages for the week.
57.
In the semi-finals,
Scott, you
on
require
finals night,
151.
winning only 4 legs. And he might end up only winning 4 legs, because Scott Taylor, he was after that. May well be back.
86.
Yeah, he might
James,
only
you
win
require
4 legs
108.
tonight, Marcroft. Let's see if it's 5.
76. Scott, you require
For
65.
another final then for Scott Taylor. When he wants the bull, he gets it. When he wants a 25, he gets that. And
Game
you can
shot
bank on
and
double
a
10
match.
as well.
Scott
Taylor takes Marcroft apart. Friends, but not on the hockey. They are afterwards. Taylor is through to another final and chasing down Derek Coulson for 6 weekly wins at the Live Lounge. Who will join him? Ron Muhlenkamp or Lewis Pride?
We now get round to our Royal Rumble Challenge.
Who will win the Royal Rumble? The darts edition takes place after the live action tonight here on Pluto TV. Yeah, something for you to watch if you may be not interested in other things that might be happening this evening. But right here, Scott Taylor is safely through to the final. He forced his way through the forceful 4-0 victory over his good friend James Markov. The next semi-final then about to take place, and it's Ron Muehlenkamp versus Lewis Pride.
Top. It's almost as if the snooze button was pushed. Stage for Muehlenkamp with the perfect results.
Ron Muehlenkamp goes through. And it works a treat. Well, the first semi-final was rather one-sided, and I think viewers at home on Pluto TV may be hoping that this one is a little more dramatic. It has the potential to be, but I have to say there is a big favourite in this one, and it's probably not the guy who would have been favourite before the night started. Lewis Pride won Group A earlier in the week. Ron Muehlenkamp didn't enter the action until Group B got underway on Thursday evening. So the pair of them are meeting for the first time, but Muehlenkamp has got much more darting pedigree, has had some success in the professional game with the PDC. He's had some success here at the Super Series in terms of getting to the final match, but yet to cross that line, though has played at a Champions Week as one of our best runners-up. Jack Tweddle hoping that he does that with the news that Boris Kirchmeier won't be playing in Champions Week this time around. He currently occupies that particular spot. But Grizzly, Lewis Pride is hoping that he does it on his first finals night, the 29-year-old from Harrogate in Yorkshire. Second appearance, first finals night, so first semi-final. Will that be converted into a first final, or are we going to see that pattern continue where we see a player peaking at the right time? And if a player is doing that, out of these two, you'd have to say it's Ron.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. No pressure on, but we don't have a Dutch player through to Champions Week. And how often have we said that in the last 3-4 years in week 11? Very, very rarely.
First leg, Ron to throw first.
They do have the Netherlands a series winner in Marvin van Velzen. They had a weekly winner in the previous series in Keanu van Velzen. But the Dutch are not having it all their own way in this series. They need somebody to make it through, to fly the flag. But that could stop right here.
140.
The departure of Boris also means that every player in Champions Week is from the UK. Or at least born here anyway.
Yeah, different parts of the UK as well.
95.
Got Welsh players, Northern Ireland, Henry Coates from Derbyshire, Archie Self from Berkshire, Ashley Coleman from East Anglia, David Evans from Lancashire. We don't see anybody from Yorkshire there yet.
100.
Lewis Pride hoping to become that person. Scott Taylor hoping to be there. It just adds a little bit more prestige, I think, when you get a former champion in the field as well.
85.
Yeah, he might be flexing in Champions Week if he wins, because all that chatter of who's the GOAT, and he'd say, right, who's won that? I don't think any of you have, but I have.
60.
Yeah, steady start from Pride. He's been very straight, which is exactly what Ron's doing right now.
I think steady could be a good way to describe the playing style of both of these men, actually. They've both got rhythm, but it's not a quick one.
It's composed rhythm. It's measured.
177.
And it's rather brilliant in the last 6 darts.
And that is a waste. I mean, we've seen so many first dart misses at big numbers tonight. It's extraordinary. But it's that dart that matters. And Muhlenkamp has nailed it to take a 1-0 lead.
It's like missing the green but holding the chip shot.
Come on.
It is happening irregularly in this sport when you miss a single and then take it out. But
58.
Here this week, it's been regular. You know the two things that have been missed the most? It's really
60.
weird. The single 18 and the single 9. In Group C, they couldn't hit the single 9. They missed it at least 10 times.
Yeah, sometimes by the treble 9, which ended the shot in one dart.
59.
Yeah, powers of recovery. They can take you far. But it's not one of those skills you really want to call on too often. Muhlenkamp tonight.
140.
Doubles have been kind of where he expects them to be. 8 from 21 in his 2 group games for 38%. But if you think that's the best of the night, think again, because Scott Taylor, he's hitting more than he's missing.
Yeah, super stuff from Scott Taylor tonight. 3 wins from 3.
131.
A blockbuster 1-6-7 checkout in a last leg decider against Evan Peterson. He then got the better of this man, Lewis Pride, 4-2. Could have a repeat meet in the final, but right now,
134.
Ron Muhlenkamp is looking at the possibility of doubling his advantage. Won't do it with the big fish.
90.
But that's nice tidying.
Lewis require 129.
Only one route left. 60 bull.
44. Ron, you require 80.
This is not an easy checkout for Ron. Upright angle of attack. He's going to have to go lateral more than once.
Yeah, there was just too much metal in the way.
Yeah, I've heard many different ways of describing that.
Lewis, you require 85.
Congestion, traffic, hurdles. None of them are good.
So 16 would leave the bull, treble. Gives him double 9. And again, he'll take his time. And when he's done this, he's hit the double.
67.
Not on this occasion.
Ron,
This is a semi-final.
If you're Ron, you expect to hit this.
James on the second
And
leg.
that's what he does to
Ron
extend his
Muhlenkamp.
lead to 2.
Third leg, Ron.
Only just won his first game by 4 legs to 3. That was relief. But thereafter, he has not looked back. He has won 6 legs in a row.
Nothing in the averages, but
140.
only one dart at double for Lewis Pride. That dart at double 9 we just saw. And that's because Muhlenkamp has been so effective in that department with the meatloaf ratio.
121. $100.
We're going to be confronted by something a little bit weird if Muhlenkamp does make the final. We have not had a weekly winner in this series from someone who's finished second in Group A. That was Scott Taylor. We have not had a weekly winner in this series from someone who's finished third in Group B. That is Ron Muhlenkamp.
There will be one to tick off the bingo card. And then we'll complete that card next week. Week 12 getting underway on Monday. Before the Champions Week lineup will
57.
be
One you
finalised.
require 130.
Next Saturday we return to the usual time of 7:30. Give you something else to watch and a third place
44.
playoff.
You know, during a FIFA World Cup, do you know who the most irate people are? People who watch soap operas, because they're always rescheduled for the football. Well, darts fans are annoyed tonight because they've had to tune in a little
42.
bit earlier, but
One you require
they're
86.
still here, still playing, still shredding nerves and watching doubles.
146. Lewis Pride is on.
46.
Ron Muhlenkamp effectively said that
Lewis,
you're
require
not going to take it out.
146.
He's playing the odds. Whether Pride hits this or not, he's done the right thing.
And he hasn't hit it, so he'll now feel like he's done the right thing. Doesn't miss tops very often. And when he does, usually it's double 10. And that's why he's looked, because he's like, I don't really want to go for double 5, but what's he on? Yeah, better go for it. Better hit it as well. 3-0.
Have you noticed he's using the other set of darts as well?
Can't keep up, Paul, to be honest.
He's chopping and changing.
Oh, look at the reaction as well.
When he comes here from Lelystad in the Netherlands, whether he drives, whether he flies,
60.
People like Ron do not think about, I'm going there to enjoy my darts. He might say so in his interview. Oh no, he's a winner.
55.
He wants the money, he wants the medal, he wants the moment, and he wants the return ticket. Nothing else will do.
58.
Well, we discussed it, didn't we, towards the back end of the group games, and we said there were 2 players on the rise in the field tonight, and they were going to meet in the final the way it was going, and that's exactly how the semis have panned out.
180.
I can't remember a finals night like this where it's been so clear that 2 players have got into the semi-finals despite seemingly regressing as the night's gone on.
Yeah, that's fair.
100.
Sport is about peaking at the right time, isn't it? And just ask Germany when they played Brazil in 2014. Who thought that was possible? It was about peaking at exactly the right time.
134.
And Ron is doing just that. This is a great performance.
Yeah, standout stuff from Muhlenkamp, and it's not only a victory in a semi-final that is about to be completed, you would think, but it's a message to Scott Taylor in the final as well.
96.
Yeah, we could be in for a bit of a
One you require 132.
smoky one. One that's pretty hot.
Oh, he's going for it. He is going for it, and he wants to find room in the bullseye.
Go on, hit the bull and lay up. That would have been quite funny. Yeah, hit the bull, leave 32, and then go for an 8 to leave double 12.
And that's not very Ron Muhlenkamp like. He wanted to put the polish on this performance there, didn't he? He wanted to shine up the old shoes.
70.
Say to Scott Taylor, you may have won 4-0, but I've won 4-0 better.
Do you know what? He's actually made an error there. I think he's just acknowledged it, because when he had 81, he should have gone for the 25 and bull. That way he was going to be single to double combination. Looking at 2 darts.
96.
To get it done
One
this way.
62.
It's more likely he's going to get 1.
Gets to. Needs to. Does the okie dokie. He may be turning around and shaking hands with Lewis Pride in a second.
It's not quite the Andrew Gilding moonwalk, but he's been doing a bit of line dancing for the last 15 seconds.
Oh, and he dances through to the final. The Final dart was the hardest dart, but he's put in the hard yards tonight. Lewis Pride falls at the penultimate hurdle after a fantastic week that just started to fall flat, really, as it reached its end. Decent enough display, but nothing on that from Ron Muhlenkamp, who will meet Scott Taylor in tonight's final.
Decent from Everett so far. Very decent.
Game shot in a second.
Look how good that is.
Because I know full well that kind of inner elbow. And he takes out the 1-2-7. So inviting, but he might not even get to come back. Double 12 for a 1-4-1 for Stein de Klerk.
Game shot in the second leg. Stein de Klerk.
That's another one of those required. Double 12 for Kevin Burness. What a shot. What a find. Yes, Paul
Game
thinks
shot
it
in the
is
second
in.
leg, Kevin
It
Burness.
is game shot.
Bull.
Game
Brilliant.
shot on the fifth leg,
Absolutely
Scott
brilliant
Robertson.
from Scott Robertson.
2-1 lead. Time on his side.
Game
Good
shot on the
decision,
third
Terence.
leg. Serena.
2-16s. Oh, that is effortlessly good from Andy Hamilton. Your Week 5 champion, the Hammer, Andy Hamilton!
Oh, Jared Cole, he's done it again.
The
king of the castle, Jared Cole!
This is the lineup then for the final week of qualifying for the Series 14 Champions Week. Ted Everts takes to the stage on Monday along with Alex Williams, Andy Hamilton, Mitch Minnie, Sean Fox and Stein de Klerk. Terry Nash, Scott Robertson and Jared Cole in Group B. And Group C features Chris Wickend and Kevin Burness and Shane Ryan, the ADC qualifier. Paul, looking at next week, is there a standout name or two for you that you expect to be contesting that final next Saturday?
I think a lot of people are looking at Ted Everts, and he's had close calls here before, but I've had a few conversations with Henry Deacon this week. He likes to look at Scott Robertson. I like the way that Alex Williams plays. I like the way he was able to go through his weekly campaign with only one loss in the previous series, and that was in the final. But Sean Fox is someone I've had my eye on for a couple of years. I think he's very useful from the Essex and Suffolk and East Anglian sort of tournaments. I've heard whispers that he's a very, very good talent, and we've got to watch out for him.
One player you might not know too much about is a qualifier from the African Darts Group, Mitch Minnie, who happened to be here this evening, so we caught a word with him. Mitch Minnie, you've just arrived here at the Modus Live Lounge. We've grabbed you for an interview straight away. First of all, tell us how happy you are to be here.
No, look, over the moon. It's, all this is still setting in. It's something new grounds I'm going to, but I'm very, very excited. It's a dream come true. It's a start in the right direction now.
Tonight here, I suppose, to get a feel for the place, but also to watch Devon Peterson. Just a few words about him and what he's done for darts, not just in South Africa, but the whole continent.
No, look, Devon is doing a lot for South Africa and Africa as well. Look, he's involved everywhere. He's motivating everyone. He's opening new grounds to all the players, and he's a phenomenal player. And the way he's coming back now, stronger than he was before, is something to see. It's so nice to believe it and see it in your eyes. It's really nice.
What can you tell us about your own darting journey, just for the viewers on Pluto TV, to get to know you a little bit? Tell us your story in short.
No, well, it was like a couple of months back. I started joining the ADG that Devon opened that side. And it was a difficult decision for me. And, well, after this couple of months, I've been places I've never been. I'm enjoying my darts at the moment. It is so much nicer to have the ability and even the platform to go everywhere that you need to go and to do your dreams and achieve everything you want to.
And what are your expectations next week when you take to the Oki at the Modus Super Series for the first time?
Well, I hope for the best. The training went well. I feel confident. So it's just to see what's going to happen next week.
Enjoy tonight, enjoy next week, and thanks very much for talking to us.
Thank you so much, eh?
Yeah, Mitch Minnie, who's in action next week here at the Super Series, and it's great to see that this is such an ambition fulfilled from players coming from as far afield as him.
Yeah, it's not just South Africa as well, because when Hilton Klein was here from Botswana, we were all talking about African darts for about 6 straight days. And then we had Peter Wachuri come here from Kenya, and this has... it's been possible for many, many years, because when the PDC went to South Africa for the World Series, we all thought that was going to be the thing that cracked Africa and we'd start getting more players from all over the continent. It didn't really work. And it's taken Devon's ingenuity to get the ADG going, to get more people interested. And like Mitch has just been saying, it got him off the sofa, it got him going into something new, and next thing you know, he's in England, he's on the south coast, and he's got a couple of days, he's got tonight to watch to get ready for an incredible challenge.
We will see him next week, but back to tonight, we saw 2 emphatic victories in the semi-finals. I mean, we said it, Paul, they were kind of coming, weren't they?
Yeah, they probably were, weren't they? I mean, Taylor was just emphatic. He looked at James Marcroft like an enemy, not as a friend, but that is a really good way of approaching a game like that. If you want to be a successful dart player, no matter what level it is, if it's local, if it's here, if it's at amateur level in the ADC, if you want to be a pro, you're going to come up against people that you like. And that's what you do to people you like. You get rid of them because it's almost merciful to beat someone 4-0 in this format. Just don't give them hope. Get them early and get rid of them because then you can move on to the next one.
Scott Taylor pretty much confirmed tonight that whatever he does in the week doesn't really matter. As long as he gets to Saturday, he's going to be a danger.
Yeah, that's what Scott does. Mr. Saturday, as he's now been called. But the look was different, the demeanour's been different, the focus has definitely been there. And even when he's been distracted, it's lasted about 2 seconds and he's handled it. So Ron Muhlenkamp's got a handful.
On Ron, then, he does seem to be someone who's kind of worked it out as he's gone on this week. He said as much himself in his interview before tonight. That was a pretty good performance in beating Lewis Pride.
Yeah, he's worked it out mentally. He's also worked out this peculiar thing where he's able to use one of two sets both effectively. So
he worked this out as well, didn't he?
Yeah, this was very, very difficult shot. Even more difficult for a left-hander than a right-hander because you're actually pushing the dart out of your position and it's not natural. But look at the angle that dart goes in at. It might not be the same as, say, Kjartan van Velsen when he was a bit further across. But for a lefty, that's a really difficult shot. And that was to win the match. Really, really good.
You were just chatting to me in the break there and you said something that really bodes well for this final, how similar those two semi-final performances were.
They were very similar. In fact, there was only one dart between the performances. 93.94 average for Ron. Take one dart off that, you get what Scott Taylor did. They both had a couple of 180s and 50% on doubles for Ron and very, very close to 50% for the other person in this conversation. So, yeah, trying to split them after the semi-final performances is very difficult. I expect this one to have at least 6 legs, this final.
And you get the sense that they're both kind of getting fired up. We have seen some big reactions from both players already tonight.
Yeah, I want them to get fired up. I want this to be a great game of darts. There's no friends in this game. This is England versus the Netherlands. It might as well be Euro 96 again with Sheringham and Shearer up against that incredible Dutch squad. But the Netherlands don't have anybody in Champions League. England have got plenty, so Ron's got to go to battle for his country, and Taylor's just going to do it as a sole assassin.
We have coined Mr. Saturday as a potential nickname for Scott Taylor tonight, and that is for a reason, because he is stacking up the weekly titles. Now, these are weekly titles only, don't include Champions Week. And if Scott Taylor adds a 6th tonight, he'll join Derek Coulson in joint 2nd place.
Yeah, how many of those players in that list have won a series? That's what he's going to say. None of them. And the fact that he knows that, it means that he's very aware of what he's doing. He plays the fool sometimes. He plays the I don't know what's going on card. He knows exactly what's going on. He knows he's won a series and he wants to be the GOAT here. And tonight could be another step towards that.
Yeah, and his name's on this trophy. Scott Taylor, if he does that, very quickly he could find himself in a really exclusive club that only contains the current world number 1 and world champion Luke Littler.
Well, a couple of things. When he won Series 6, he did it off the back of winning week 12. And I spoke to him multiple times that week, and he was exhausted. He finished week 12 on the Saturday night. He had one day off, and then he played another 6 days straight. And by the time he lifted the trophy, he was spent. He will have spent days just trying to recharge his batteries. There's another thing as well. The trophy's changed since then. He hasn't lifted this trophy with this many names on it. He has lifted a trophy with Littler's name on it twice, but imagine if he can put his name on there for a 2nd time and lift this one.
Well, he's got a week to win first. What kind of final are you expecting?
I want explosiveness. There's a differing pace between these two as well. And when there's everything on the line, I expect fire from Taylor. What Muhlenkamp's going to have is that composure. If he loses that, he loses the game.
Well, it's all been building up to the big one tonight, and it's finally come. The final is about to get underway. It's a meeting between Scott Taylor and Ron Muhlenkamp. Final then for Scott Taylor. When he wants the bull, he gets it. When he wants a 25, he gets that. And you can bank on double 10 as well. Taylor gets 2.
Oh, and he dances through to the final.
This is the Modus Super Series coming to you live from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's Series 14, Week 11 final time. Introducing first from the Netherlands, a two-time weekly runner-up looking to go one further tonight, Ron Meulenkamp. His opponent from England is a five-time weekly winner. Looking to make it number 6, he is the Series 6 champion, Scott Taylor!
And it all comes down to this. Andrew Culling, the referee, getting the two players on the stage, deserve to walk to the stage in such fashion before a final. Ron Meulenkamp has won the bull, the only bullseye that they do in the back room in a week at the Modus Super Series, giving them the advantage of throw in this final. And Scott Taylor is his opponent, looking for another weekly win. Meulenkamp has been here before. Twice he's made it to the big match. Twice he has been runner-up. Can the bomb do better this time around and earn his place at Champions Week, where he has been before by right? We know Scott Taylor's been there before. He's been all the way before, as we've just been discussing, and he is looking for a 6th weekly win to go alongside his Series 6 Champions Week win. Taylor turns up on Saturdays, but both have turned up tonight, and we have got a very exciting final in prospect.
Yes, we have. This game actually gives me vibes of the late 90s, because you've got someone who doesn't stop winning and someone who has been there a couple of times, close but no cigar. Reminds me of Taylor versus Manley. Taylor kept winning. Manley never did. That's what Ron's got to change. Now that he's in a third final, it's time for a W. But he's got a serial winner in his way.
85. $83. $45.
You tend to find early in games like this
85.
what kind of mood Taylor is in. It's always about the facial expressions. How much firepower has he got curdling in the belly? He might need some, because that is the first max of this final.
$134.
Good response. It is simmering away nicely at the start, ready to be brought to the boil.
Taylor's doubles tonight have been exemplary. 52%.
133.
12 hits from 23. I mean, Meulenkamp's have been good. 12 from 29 for 41%. So we do have the best players in this final tonight.
I think there might be a few punters that have noticed the value this evening. These two in the middle of the betting.
Game shot on the first leg. Ron Meulenkamp.
Some decent returns.
Second leg, Scott to throw
Meulenkamp
first.
returns
Game
the
on.
first leg. Hold a throw.
140.
14 darts. Just feel like the entire week, the different routes here, of course, but including finals night, they have just got better and better and better. And it almost feels inevitable that will continue in the final.
95.
Yeah, it's easy for us to say that. Well, this is what we mean about composure. If something happens, you've just got to accept it and win the situation. Stick that on a t-shirt, if you will, because that's what darts is all about. Winning situations.
100.
More than once, more than twice. Winning loads of situations. The amount of decisions we have to make as human beings every day. In the millions. But how many
140.
good decisions you got to make in a best of 7 match like this? Somewhere in the region of the hundreds.
60.
This is a little precarious for Taylor. Certainly now that first dart's got in a treble. Third has to go downstairs, and he's managed to find a second treble. Taylor needs to hit big here.
Yeah, I think he's recognised that he's got Meulenkamp in a good mood, in a destructive mood.
59. Ron, you
It's
require
really hard to call this
129.
final, but Meulenkamp is having a very good start.
He could look at a couple of double 18s here. It might not be sensible with Taylor on 142, which is why he's got the treble route. The only thing I'm thinking is
89.
if anybody is capable of banging in a couple of trebles and a double, it's Scott Taylor. And if he hits treble, well, he's gone treble 17, so he could throw 2 in the same area.
62. Ron, you require 40.
Meulenkamp played smart with the setup.
No
but he
score.
can't find the double to break.
Well, well, well. Taylor thought it was going to be 2-0.
Scott, you require 80.
Look at that. Look at the change in demeanour. It's like a hungry cat. Oh, it's a big chance missed and he knows it.
Ron, you
Meulenkamp comes
require
back
40.
for visit 2 on tops with 3 in hand. He's just going to compose himself here. He wasn't ready. He's still got 2 to get it done.
30.
And he can't. And that's the composure that he must
Scott, you
manage.
require 10.
Double 2. The
James
equaliser
on the
is
second.
found in the corner.
Scott Taylor.
What a twist.
Third leg Ron to throw first.
They're both
Game on.
right on the edge of the composure that they can manage. They're both finding it tough.
Yeah, there's a bit of tension in
45.
the air, isn't there?
I said it was hard to call this one, Murph. Very similar routes through the night.
134.
And after doing a bit of digging earlier tonight, we had 7 head-to-head records between all of the 6 finalists
41.
tonight. 6 of them had one player winning every game. The only one
100.
that had people sharing the spoils was Meulenkamp versus Taylor at 1 game all.
Taylor's off for a wander. That's not something he could do on a normal finals night, is it? Be stood about there. Someone would be telling him to move out the way.
Yeah, make the most of it. You got more space than a usual Saturday, so why not?
He does have the
58.
feeling of Alexandra Palace 6 years ago.
Yeah, how could we possibly forget that? When Gezi Price went for a walk during a final.
Right up to the trophy. Meulenkamp may well have played in that tournament.
123.
I think he did, actually. One of his most infamous World Championship games, he lost to Chris Dobie. He was in a big lead in that game, and Dobie managed to beat him by 3 sets to 2.
42. Scott, you require 144.
This game may have turned around after the end of leg number 2. 6 darts at 40 points. And Meulenkamp since then.
60.
You're good, Paul. That was the year before, 2020 World Championship. Well remembered.
Some games just stick in your brain, right?
100.
But he did indeed play Ali Pali in front of nobody. Beat Boris Kritschmar, funnily enough, then lost to Vincent van der Voort.
44.
Yeah, Vincent wouldn't play Ali Pali much after that.
Well, Taylor poised here to take control of this tie, to take control of a weekly final.
Scott, you require 40.
Could have easily been 2 behind.
Game
now he's 1 in front.
Scott Taylor. Fourth leg, Scott to
I'll tell you what, whoever wins this game is going to be a really interesting interview at the end. Might have to give them 5 minutes.
55.
Their blood right now is boiling. It's all well and good playing darts matches and winning
60.
darts matches when everything is perfect. In a 20-degree room, it's got a nice hum about it, but can
58.
you win darts matches when things are less than ideal? Here's the example the other day, Murph, of winning the Central Highlands Open in Ballarat in Australia. About 5 kilometres away, there was a bushfire.
95.
Slightly distracting. Win the tournament, get in the car and get out of there. Sometimes you got to win when the chips are down. In poker circles, it's called having a chip in a chair. You've still got a chance. You've got to use that chip as best you can.
96.
Taylor taking his time. There is a certain tense energy in the air in this final.
There should be when it's England versus
30.
the Netherlands. They are rivals after all. 2 of the biggest hitting nations in world darts. Much better. That's been missing for about 5 minutes.
And he could have put those through. The hole in the polo meant
140.
Just
Ron,
in
you
case.
require 70.
And Ron will know that Taylor's the type to take it. Looks like a usable guide, that.
30.
But he hasn't gone under it, he's gone alongside instead.
After leg 1, he
Scott,
loved
you require
tops.
158.
After legs 2 and 4, he hates it.
This would be a killer.
76. Ron, you require 40.
He's got to rekindle the relationship.
So Taylor got the break. He's about to get that break cancelled out if Meulenkamp can get reacquainted with his favourite double.
He can't find it. It's like tops has gone missing. I've seen Taylor go many routes for this. I've even seen him go for treble 18 on this.
Scott, you
To
require
Charlie 28.
82.
What's he feeling?
Does go that way. You suggested he might. Oh,
Game showing the fourth leg. Scott
wow.
Taylor. Fifth leg, Ron.
Adaptability,
Game on.
smart darts, and Taylor takes full advantage of Ron Meulenkamp's tiff with tops.
How many people do you know go that route on 82? He's barely done it this week. But when he needs it, he reaches into his bag of tricks. Alakazam.
80. $43.
It's very easy to know what's gone wrong in this final for Ron so far.
58.
It is one department of the board and one only.
Millenkamp shaking his head after Taylor moved to within one of another weekly win.
Do you know what? If you think about that 82,
134.
it does make a lot of sense. Because if he misses the treble 18 and gets a treble 4, he's got 20 bull. The more you think about it, the more it actually is very clever.
There've been 3 180s in this match.
140.
All of them have still come from Ron Millenkamp.
It has been a bit weird this week, Murph. We have seen a game this week where someone's had 5 180s and lost the match, and the other person had none. So, we've seen it before.
Well, Bobby George famously coined the phrase 180s for show, doubles for dough, and this is an example in Ron Millenkamp's stats column because he's hit 3 180s to Taylor's none, but
58.
he's missed 11 darts at double in this final.
Taylor is exactly 50% for the night. He's 15 from 30. That is world class.
And he's piling on the pressure here. Millenkamp's going to need to take
156.
out
Ron, you require
the
125.
125 to stay in this because that's a perfect setup shot. And he's not taking it out. And Taylor might be about to
57.
win yet another weekly title.
Scott, you require 28.
Is it 6 of the best?
14.
It isn't. Not yet.
Ron, you require 68.
When he's had the chance to win a week, he doesn't often stutter.
16 for tops. He's persevering. Friends
James Shaw on
again.
the 5th leg. Ron Millenkamp. 6th leg, Scott to throw first.
Wasn't quite
Game
sure
on.
who had the darts in the next leg there on Millenkamp, but at least there are darts to be thrown in the next leg.
That was classy from Taylor. He leaned over and he said, good shot.
Because he knew he was going to hit a good shot himself next.
125.
Last start just going straight.
When you need it with one dart and you find it. That's so impressive. He's missed it
100.
so many times over the last 5 to 10 minutes. And then he plucks it from thin air.
100.
Look at that. That is such a good thing to do. Some people would never do that in the heat of battle. But that was such a classy thing to do.
Yeah, and you know what? He did it in a way where he almost didn't want anyone
45.
to even notice.
Yeah.
Humble-natured guy, Scott Taylor.
Very much so.
60.
But now, it's clobbering time. He's got to get the job done, otherwise it could be heartache. They could be level.
100.
Not quite.
But his doubling's been on point tonight. That's been the main thing. Pretty much hit half of his attempts. Okay, he missed the opportunity to win the match, but he's going to get that opportunity again.
And it is one of his chosen doubles. He's got a few. Can double 18 stick him alongside Coulson on 6.
36.
That is what he does. Scott Taylor wins at the Super Series on Saturdays, and that is weekly win number 6 for Terrific Taylor, who is through to yet another Champions Week. The Series 6 champion wins in 6 legs as he looks to win a second series when he returns for Champions Week. Adds his name to the Roll of Honour for the Series 14 weekly winners list. A reminder of what we told you earlier, Boris Krčmar won't be at Champions Week. Jack Tweddle may well be the one to replace him. Jack Aldridge winning week 10, but it's Scott Taylor who wins week 11. And he is about to lift the trophy, and to do so, I'll hand you over to the MC, Andrew Culling.
It's time to present the trophy for your Modus Super Series, Series 14, Week 11 winner for a 6th time, Scott Taylor!
Yeah, he doesn't like to milk it for too long, Scott Taylor, but he's going to head up to the studio. We'll hear from him after the break.
Welcome back. This was the moment that Scott Taylor crossed the line once again. Saturday night belongs to Scott Taylor, who makes it 6 weekly wins and puts him in with a chance of a second Champions Week. That, how he did it towards the end of the night. Emphatic victories in the semis for both Taylor and Ron Meulenkamp, but it was Taylor who got the better of the Dutchman in the final with a 4-2 victory. And I'm delighted to say that Scott has joined myself and Paul Nicholson for a quick chat. Scott, congratulations. Look, you said it at the start of the night, Saturday night, whole different ball game, and once again, you've proved to be the best player on it.
Yeah, it was a bit of a different tournament. It's always a new start, but I think I said that my highlight of the week was to watch James get through, and he'd done well on his debut. So, but to share the stage with him after 20 years of knowing him was a bit special, but did a job over him.
Yeah,
so good.
Who needs friends? Brilliant stuff from Scott, and look, it's a good tribute to James as well. But he just seems to have his head on this guy on a Saturday, doesn't he?
Experience. He's been with us since the very beginning. He's one of the most exciting players that we have here because of the way he plays the game. I'm thrilled for him because this conversation about who's the best here, it's just going to rage on during Champions Week because he's won that trophy, but he hasn't lifted that trophy yet. So there are plenty of narratives, and I actually am very happy that Scott's got a week off in between going to Champions Week and winning a week. Because remember Series 6, he won week 12.
I'd have took that again though.
Well, it's as close as you can get to doing that again. You love what he said as well at the start, didn't you? When I mentioned the weekly wins, and he said, "Well, their name's not on that trophy."
That's a fact, though. Their names aren't on that. We look at that list of weekly winners. Steve West and Derek Coulson and Neil Duff have done great things in this building, but they haven't climbed the mountain. He's got the medals, and he's also got the moment at the end of the series. That lives forever. If you get close, great. If you get closer and you get your hands on the trophy, that is an infinite moment. He's got it.
What is it about Saturday nights here for you?
I don't know. I think we were just saying about that. I've lost to Luke in the semis. I've also lost in a 9-night shootout, which I don't think that on a Champions Night has ever been done over here. So I've done all right, but it is what it is. I'm not too worried about what's gone. I'm just worried about what's coming.
You mentioned at the start of the week you've been playing a little bit more darts recently. Are you starting to feel that you're getting into that same kind of form as when you won a series?
Not really, mate. No, not really. It's been pretty poor, to be honest. But as soon as I come here, you can see where it is. It's either really good or really, really poor.
Love the honesty, don't we? What you see is what you get with Scott, and he talks honestly, he wins honestly. And there was a fantastic moment when Ron Meulenkamp took out a shot in the final. You said good shot to him.
Yeah.
That's what he's all about, isn't it?
Exactly. He comes from an area of the country which is littered with incredible dart players, people like Joe Mernon, Steve Cootley, Sir Ashton, lots of others. And it's a very classy area where you've got to be good and you've got to be really classy as well, because if you aren't, people will call you on it. It's that nature of, Greater Manchester. But when you're doing what Scott is doing and you've still got that class in the middle of a final to say, that is a great shot. Because it really was.
There's a banger, something at the back as well. I was like, and he's looked up, I was like, that was a good shot. It was perfect. Someone banged the glass, I don't know who it was. But
there've been plenty of distractions this week, where the heat has not been ideal. Yeah. And when you come down to the south coast, it's hot and there are things flying around you that you can't control. The thing is, no matter how many distractions there were, Ron and Scott handled it the best this week.
Yeah, I mean, whatever it is, it's a different type of Saturday tonight. Obviously, there's another big sporting event about to happen. Nobody behind you tonight, but you just take it on in your stride, don't you?
It is what it is. It don't matter if there's 100 people or no people. So I made to win 5,000. So and luckily I didn't.
Look, a win for England tonight. We've just had one.
I'd trade about 50p for it. But no.
I'm assuming you're going to go and watch the big match.
Of course.
Any thoughts on that? What you expect in terms of
I'm expecting a big win, but we'll see what happens.
Paul?
Me? I think it could be penalties tonight.
Oh,
I really do think so. I think it's going to be a tight game. I think it'll be a score draw, and I think we'll go extra time and penalties.
Just finally, before we let you go, look, what would it mean for you if you were to get your name on that trophy again?
I'm not worried about that too much. I'll worry about it when I come back, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, go and enjoy the football. You certainly have deserved it tonight. Well done. Paul, thanks for your company. Thanks for your company as well. Plenty of stuff coming up for those who do want to stay with us here on Pluto TV tonight. You can see the Royal Rumble wherever you're watching in the world. Maybe you're not interested in the football tonight, so you can watch the Royal Rumble after this. And we carry on, of course, on Sunday, the Influencer Dart Showdown. The first event will be replayed in full from 10 to 2 Sunday afternoon, and the action for week 12 begins on Monday. Andy Hamilton, one of the players, in action next week, 9:30 a.m. And we're back to the normal time next Saturday, 7:30, for finals night of week 12, when the last place will be confirmed for Champions Week, a week, of course, which will feature Scott Taylor. But in terms of the Super Series for this week, well, it's been a different kind of finals night, but it's been a familiar
outcome because Scott Taylor has picked up his 6th weekly win. Now, for viewers who are watching in England and maybe you're about to turn over, good luck. Come on, England. For those watching in Norway, Uflax. Good night.
And it worked a treat.
Give us a weird ending run. Double top. It's almost as if the snooze button was pushed.
But he does, in the end.
That's better than okay. Oh my word! What a strike from Taylor, and he does. The group stage for Muhlenkamp with the perfect results.
Well, Muhlenkamp goes through.
Maybe. Definitely. This is what dreams are made of. But it's another missed single. Is it another recovery?
Game shot.
Outstanding.
When he wants the bull, he gets it. When he wants a 25, he gets that. And he can bank on double 10 as well. Taylor. Oh, and he dances through to the final. That is what he does.
For a 6th time, Scott Taylor!
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's matched out. 5-star performance.
Ball for big fish.
It's
Jack Drayton!